Alrighty, how are you all doing today? I hope your day is going good. And you are not eepy or anything. Being eepy is okay. Hopefully everybody is doing good. I got stuff set up to eventually do console stuff. Maybe it's not fully set up. Because I didn't realize at the time that that the PS3 has a built-in thing to not have the Elgato be able to take its visuals. I don't know, I think it's like HDCP. I don't think that's it. But like, well, maybe. It's like HD copyright protection. I don't know. I have no idea which one it is. I just know that it won't talk to the Elgato. But hopefully I can figure that out. There was like one workaround that like I didn't think worked, but then as stream was starting, I realized that I did it wrong. So I might be able to still do a workaround, but if worse comes to worse, I just need to get it like a HDMI splitter thingy. Which shouldn't be too bad. I want to play my PS2 games on my PS3. But yeah, I haven't played my PS4 in a while, so I've been doing that a lot lately. Once, since I got it set up this weekend, I was like, Project Diva. I was doing that a whole bunch. And I also reopened, or I checked out a little bit of the one Guilty Gear game I have, and apparently it was Jacko that I played as. Because I was looking, and it's like, oh, the one with the wings isn't even unlocked in this game. I don't even know if she's a character in that one. But once I saw Jacko, it was like, oh yeah, it was her. I was Jacko posing on people. But then I also played as some of the other characters. I played as... Who did I play as? I played as Elfit, because apparently she was in there, just in a different outfit. Bridget is sadly not in the one that I have. But Outfit is, so that's neat. And then I played as, I don't remember, Faust, I think his name is Faust. Funky little guy with a bag on his head. But anyway, let me see, I've got the game open, so let us go on over there. Hopefully, I think the audio should be well. Yes, hello Iron. Hopefully you're doing good today. Let's see, the last time we left off here, we found out about Giselle's past trauma and the white-haired person's, parents being just terrible people. That is the most recent, yes? Yes, my goodness. Wah! Hopefully the audio was good. I don't think I messed with it, but you never know. I'm just gonna be busy, likely working and lurking. That's fine. that is always good for a nice little visual novel stream. And that, I was sure, was the end of me. I am even now putting her through a harrowing experience, digging up the memories she locked away, the past she wanted to pretend never happened, and laying it all out before her once more. But I must get her I must get her back to who she was, or once was, even if it means forcing her to endure this. I'm gonna have to be forced to endure the fact that I'm having struggles reading today. Oh my gosh. Okay, there we go. She must remember everything, because I need to know. Why did she become the maid? And what secrets does this house hold? Hello, Sans. You're here so early. You're Michel. Yes, My name is Michel. I am not the white-haired girl. The person you were searching for was the man who once hurt you deeply. Me. Why? What was her why referring to? Why I hurt her, or why I'm here? Or perhaps, why I didn't show up until now? Not having an answer for her, I clench her cold hands in mine. I wonder, were her hands this cold that night too? There's still more we need to see, though. And it's still too soon for me to apologize. When she's gotten everything back, only then can I. Once she's reclaimed herself, that is when I must tell her. Now, let us return to our past. Our story has only just begun. No matter what we thought or what we desired, no matter what we lost or how much pain we suffered, we must not shut this door. And then I learned what the B in vitamin B stands for again. What does it stand for? Perfect darkness embraces us once more. I can see nothing, not even the woman beside me, but I shall not let go of her hand. Vitamin broke. Oh no. I do not want her to slip away from me. I do not want to lose her. Those are some aggressive birds. Ooh. Stay with me. Are you alright? Man, those are some loud birds. Maybe it's just my volume is super loud. Oh, thank goodness you're awake. How's your head? Can you see me? Oh, what? You had me scared silly there. Thought I might have lost you for good. I'm really glad you're alive. Where am I? And who is this man? What was I doing? You feeling up for any food? I can whip up some porridge for you right quick. I was in the forest. It was raining. Before that, I was at the mansion. I feel sick, like there's still something in my stomach. No, thank you. I don't want anything. You really should have something. You need to keep up your energy, unless you want to conk out again in an hour. Sounds good to me. I'd rather never wake up at all. You're not in the highest spirits of either, it seems. All the more reason to get something warm in you. Please, have something. I've got some milk on the fire. I bet you can handle a cup of that. You start losing all hope once the cold gets that deep in you, reaches down to your core. You take me for my word, please. Just one sip. You'll feel like a whole new gal. A heart-wrenchingly pleasant aroma wafted in with the steam from within the wooden cup. Succumbing to the sweet smell, I lifted the cup to my lips for just one sip, and the warmth that spread through my body brought tears to my eyes. Perhaps there really was kindness in the world. A ripple spread across the surface of the milk. I heard a gentle sigh come from the man beside me, after which he said with a smile, "You should take it easy for the day." I had lost the willpower to think about anything. I didn't care what had happened to me or why I was here, who he was, or even where this was. I spent the whole day in bed, just watching the sun slowly slide across the wooden floor. It felt like I was somewhere far, far away. At times, I felt like a lost child, and at times like a sickly old woman on her deathbed. Watching the sun travel gave me a renewed awareness of the passage of time, and the fact that each moment that went by was another moment I was alive. I realized then that it had been a while since I had gotten more than a brief glimpse of any sunlight. Hello, Rocket!
7 months, holy crap.
Oh my gosh, 27! It still blows my mind that I've even been an affiliate for that long. How are you doing, Rocket? Thank you again for the resub. My goodness. Yeah, that's... Jeez. Man, that... Every time you resub, it blows my mind of how big the number is. But hello. I realize, I don't read this or not. I realized then that it had been a while since I had gotten more than a brief glimpse of any sunlight. It almost surprised me how colorful the world seemed beneath the sun's light, something I didn't get much of in the dark mansion. Only after losing something do you realize how much you need it. Warm milk, the light shining through the window, and a bed that smelled like springtime. With those three things, my heart slowly began to defrost, and I started to regain the willpower to stand on my own 2 feet. Thank you for everything. You sure you're in any shape to be on your feet? Yes, I'm fine. I'm not hurt. You looked pretty beat up to me. But you look a lot better now. And you're talking a lot more clearly than before. You've been very generous, despite having never met me before, and for that you have my deepest gratitude. Without your help, I would no longer be in this world. I don't deserve your thanks. You are alive now because God's guidance made it so. God. I came across you early this morning, as I was heading into the forest to hunt. Imagine my surprise seeing a young lady like you on the ground in my path. What were you doing in the forest? You don't have to tell me if you'd rather not. Everyone's got their own share of personal problems. You're not going to demand I talk? I have no reason to force you to do anything. You looked like you'd been to hell and back. But I could tell just from looking at you. Now then, do you have somewhere you can go? Somewhere to go? Of course I don't. I can't go back to the capital or the mansion. If not, then why don't you stay here? Here? Sure. It's a small village. We're self-sufficient and we all help each other out. No tax-hungry lords know we built the place up either, so we keep everything we make. We're pretty remote as a result, and the harvest isn't fantastic, but I'm sure you'll find it comfortable here. The rest of the villagers will be glad to have you. What do you say? Sorry, Mom. What I'm about to do might make the rest of the family's lives more difficult, but I don't want to have to feel any more pain. If I really wouldn't be inconveniencing you, if it's really okay, then yes, I would like to stay here. That's great to hear. I was loath to send you back out there in your current condition. I haven't introduced myself yet, have I? The name's Amedie? I'm not sure the way to pronounce. Okay. So, Amede. Why did I not explode? At least I switched. Give me a second to refresh that source. Because I did open Mix It Up a little late, so that might have been why it didn't open quite right. Yeah, there was no earth-shattering kaboom, but I did transform it to 1.0. Just one lowly villager of many. I'm Giselle. Giselle? That's a beautiful name. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. I know. I would have liked to kaboom. I will kaboom with the next identity crisis. Or at least I should. If I don't this next time, I don't know how to fix it. If I'm not mistaken, there should be a vacant house. Clean it up and you can call it home. I couldn't possibly ask for that. I doubt others would like it if I just took a house for myself. That shouldn't be an issue. I'm the village's representative, more or less. Representative? Like the chief? Only in name, though. As I mentioned, we're not on any lord's maps, so I don't have much representing to do. The only reason I ended up in charge is because I'm a bit more educated than anyone else. It was a long time ago, but I understudied as a priest. Because of that, I'm familiar with the Bible's teachings. So, rather than a chief, the people of the village look at me more like a priest. Wouldn't be much fun if the church find out about that. They're liable to think I'm acting unordained. Then, you believe in God? That's quite the question. Of course God exists. He's always watching over us. That's why you survived, because he protected you. I understand that your faith can waver when you're going through times of tribulation, but those are times when it's most important to keep sight on who you are. Right. You just tripped up the stairs. Oh no, are you okay, Sans? Now, you get some rest. Tomorrow I'll show you around the village. Thank you. I truly mean it. I really sincerely appreciate everything. Don't mention it, Giselle. This is your village now, too, so you don't need to act like a stranger anymore. Okay. So he's Amede. I think that's how you pronounce it. I'm always like unsure with accents. He seems like a nice man. Maybe here I can live in peace. It'll be all right, I'm sure. Yeah. I wasn't silly enough to believe my life would be perfect, but I had found a tiny fragment of my lost hope. While I had once been able to give up on absolutely everything, I was starting to feel like I might be able to smile again, eventually. Like I might be able to get back on my feet. And in order to do that, I had to cast aside my past once more. Forget everything that had happened at the Bollinger estate, and everything that had happened at that mansion. Forget about Michel. There was one nagging curiosity, though, that I couldn't shake. Something he had said before I left. I'm gonna have it be nice and have a little echo.
My very existence threatens to tear down that house. The cursed youngest son of the Bollinger family, Michel, made a pact with the devil, who is supposed to be dead but is very much alive.
What had he meant by that? Why would people think he was dead? No, I don't care about Michel one bit. Forget it. Forget everything. I hope that she's safe in that village. I'm thinking of the people... I don't know how closely the events of the real story coincide with the fake story, but I wonder if it's because of her that the villagers come and attack Michel. The house was, as it had always been, wrapped in a thick silence. Giselle's shadow, which had been lurking in the halls for about a month, was nowhere to be found. She hadn't come back since running off that day. My secret was still safe. Her efforts had, in the end, all been for naught. Back to the way things were. But despite my mind telling me that it was for the best, I felt a kind of guilt seething in the back of my chest, and any attempts to figure out why only made me feel worse. But the look on her face then...
Going back to the echo. Please, hear me out. I didn't know anything about you. I wasn't sniffing around or trying to bring you harm in any way.
Was that really her just putting on the act because I revealed her scheming? She was screaming, though. She looked genuinely terrified when she knocked my hand away. I'm not falling for anything. I feel like I know that frenzied panic. Something doesn't add up. Be quiet. Silence, please. My head was pounding beyond belief. I couldn't stand anything. This world, the creature I was, the witches whispering. The archangel looking down upon me seemed to be cackling from somewhere far out of reach. There's not like a secret. Okay. It's like there's nothing secret going on in the history again, is there? So, for whatever it was worth, to escape from his gaze, I once again drew the drapes over the stained glass window.
someone new. Hey, where are you from? You gonna be here long? Are you?
We hardly ever get visitors here, so they're downright awestruck by you. You'll be getting a lot of attention for a while, but please don't let it get to you.
No, that's fine.
I'll do my best to get along with everyone. You got a spark in you that wasn't there yesterday. Anything in particular that cheered you up?
In particular? Once I decided I was going to stay here, I just sort of started feeling better about things. I figured I couldn't stay gloomy forever.
I see. Glad to hear it.
And it's all thanks to you, Amede.
Keep thanking me like that and my cheeks might get stuck red. In any event, I said I'd show you around yesterday, so how about we do that?
Lead the way.
That said, we're a modest little village of about 100. Everyone knows everyone.
For that size, it looks pretty big to me.
Amede was taking the lead. We walked through the village, passing by crop fields and milk cows, presumably shared among the villagers. Houses were scattered across an area that seemed far too large for only a few hundred people. Actually, getting a better look at them, the buildings were dilapidated, looking more like ruins than residences. Once upon a time, this was a city rather than a village. When your ancestors lived here? Oh no, we were drifters fortunate enough to come across some decent-looking land, so we stuck around.
How do you know what it was like before then?
There were a few stone tablets left behind, based on what we were able to extract from their texts. This area used to be a large city with a booming economy rivaling that of the capital. There weren't hundreds, but thousands of people bustling about. Merchants from far came in droves. It was much like how the capital is now. Actually, this area was more open to foreigners. People of all different races speaking as many different languages. It was evidently quite the sight, the sound.
I had no idea there was a city here.
That's what happens when a place is wiped from history. I couldn't tell you how reliable the tablets are. But if you take them at their word, the city lost everything in just a single week.
What?
People, crops, livestock, all dead. Maybe it was a natural disaster, a famine, a plague. I can't say for sure. This is what the tablets said, though. We have been cursed by the witch.
Cursed?
By the witch? Look over there. See that river? There used to be a magnificent bridge crossing it, but there's hardly anything left of it. If you continue along the path beyond the fallen bridge, there's a forest. That's where I found you. The deeper parts of the forest are so dense you can't see anything but tree trunks and leaves. It's an eerie place wrapped in a cloud of darkness. If you make it through that, there's a mansion which is said to be cursed. The witch who supposedly destroyed the city lives in the house deep in the forest. She's been there for years and years and years, and she casts her curse on anyone who goes near it. And the city was so large that the mansion was actually in its borders. My guess is the bridge was built to mark the road leading to it. Now, as you can see, the bridge is gone, and the houses still standing there are practically in ruins. But the mansion alone looks just as it did back then. The witch living in the mansion goes by the name Morgana. According to the records, someone by that same name was executed in this area for witchcraft. Even in death, she continues to bear her grudge against mankind. Who knows how much of it is true, though? Truth or fiction, the story has taken root in this region. The city's history may be lost, but the legend of the witch continues to be told. People have a tendency to keep stories alive that scare them. Sorry, I didn't mean to disturb you.
No, I'm fine.
You're best staying away from the mansion in the forest at any rate. There's no saying what might happen if curiosity gets the better of you. Better safe than sorry, if you ask me. Aside from the mansion, this is as peaceful a village as you'll find. I don't know where you came from, but I'm glad you didn't end up wandering up there.
I know all about the mansion and who lives there. I was there, after all, with Michel, for a whole month. But I don't remember any cursed witch. Just a man with a bone-chilling glare. Maybe the rumors about the witch living there were spread by him, or perhaps even of his family. I could see them doing that.
But none of that matters to me anymore. I'm never going anywhere near that house again. And the witch's curse, Michel, they're nothing to me. With nowhere else to go, I ended up in this small village. There was no denying that there was very little to speak of here, but I found peace in that nothingness. I couldn't have been more blessed that such a kind man had found me and welcomed me into this village. The village ran entirely on its own crops and livestock. They had no currency, merely bartered amongst themselves. Coming from a merchant's family, everything felt so new. I had never plowed a large plot of land, milked a cow, or used a loom before. At first, I wasn't sure what to think, being such a departure from my lifestyle in the capital. But over time, I grew more comfortable with my new life, and the people of the village started thinking of me as one of them.
Come on, Giselle, come play with us. We're playing hide and seek today.
I can't, sorry, I'm spinning yarn.
You can do that later. Come on, play with us.
Stop that, don't pull on my skirt. Oh, all right, you win. When I'm done with this, I'll join you.
And no ditching. We'll be down to square one, okay? Or we'll be down at the square, okay?
Got it. See you there. The kids have taken quite a liking to you. Amede. You think so? They've been incredibly lively since you arrived. Children are more sensitive than adults. Sensitive? They're very perceptive on how others are feeling. If you begrudgingly play along, they'll pick up on that quickly. You like children, and that's a wonderful thing. There's not a good woman in the world who dislikes children. Why, thank you. Here, I can finally talk you doing any better.
Yeah, I'm doing better.
Yesterday I went out and
Hung out with a friend.
so I think that helped. Just getting some outside time. I ended up, we started doing like little window shopping, and then we did a little escape room, that was fun. I was really worried that we weren't gonna be able to do it, because we were like maybe a quarter of the way through the puzzles at the halfway mark in terms of time. And so I was like, oh man, we're gonna get like close or something. But we were able to do it. And yeah, we just hung out.
So I had some enrichment outside time.
So I think that helped, because I also I vented some of my frustrations with them, and so they were like, they gave me a fresh perspective on some emotions that I was having. So it's like, okay. I feel like I have good advice, and also that my feelings were validated. Why, thank you. I don't think it's so much that I like them, as I'm kind of like a big kid myself. I genuinely enjoy hide and seek, but that's not going to earn me any points. I like kids too. Watching them, it gives me faith that this world has a bright future. A bright future? I'd never looked at them that way. They seem to like you quite a bit too, Amede. Thanks. Though I'd rather give my affection to my own kids. Oh? You have children? Oh, heavens no. I thought that was obvious enough. I'm talking about the future. I see. Since you full-time work from home, I highly recommend visiting bars. Or go out with friends at least once a month. Yeah, it's probably a good idea to just like do a friend hangout every so often, but like a lot of my friends are in my computer. I have one friend that I can hang out in real life. But yeah, that's probably a good idea. It also, like, if a certain online friend would hang out with me on VR chat for more than like a few minutes before passing out, that would help too, I think, maybe, I don't know. But like, I don't know. I feel like I'd be nervous at a bar because it's there's like that expectation that you need to drink or something. I don't know. I guess it depends on the place. Because when I was visiting Peach, there was this, like, pizza place that was, like, technically mainly a bar, but, like, it had a nice atmosphere, honestly. It felt like a lot of people in there were chill, so I don't know. Need more enrichment time. But Elfin Hatsune Miku. What? Need more enrichment. I can butt elf and Hatsune Miku figures in a pumpkin. What? I'm confused. Also, I need to share pictures of the new figures I got. Because I got some new figures. Oh. Right, with big cats they just give them a nice big pumpkin. Just to play around with. But that's still in my enclosure. Or I guess, I don't know. I haven't been to a zoo in a while. Send it to me. I will. I see. But knowing you, Amede, I'm sure you'll find someone right for you and have kids of your own in no time. It's not that easy, sadly. Even in such a village, there are no ladies who would take interest in me. You don't give yourself enough credit. I'm fully confident you'll find someone soon enough.
Hello, Pistol. How are you doing?
Do you really think so? Absolutely. Then perhaps you could be that person. What? A pardon? I wouldn't pressure you into it, of course. But I think it would be marvelous to have you in my life in a bigger way. But it's a little soon for me to think about settling down like that. Guacamole pizza? Ooh. I don't think I've ever seen that, but that does sound intriguing. It is pretty sudden, I admit. Take all the time you need to consider it. All right. I have to go play with the kids now. Have fun. I wonder if he really meant it. Amede is a nice fellow, and I'm sure living here would be wonderful, but I can't help feeling something isn't right here. Why am I thinking about him, now of all times? That man has no redeemable qualities, not one. As it turned out, Amede was serious about his proposition, and he brought it up every time we ran into each other. Unable to give him an answer, I found myself constantly apologizing to him. Soon, winter started giving way to spring. On a day when the air still had a brisk winter bite and budding seedlings battled to break through the earth, the seams holding the village together began to come loose. Oh no, it's like avocado toast but pizza. Yeah, that does sound good. That day, the village men were gathered in the square talking. They had all stern looks on their faces. It was clear that something had happened. I obviously couldn't stick my head in, so I waited until they were done and caught Amede. While it was rather awkward, I was still more comfortable asking him for information than anyone else. I need to redraw the Ivan the Terrible painting, but it's you and Peach, but instead of you holding a freshly killed Peach, you're holding Peach because she fell asleep in VR chat again. Absolutely. Cause it's like we go in and then it's like, yeah, we're gonna world hop, and then she goes into one that she has fallen asleep in multiple times, and it's like, Peach, you're gonna fall asleep, and she's like, no, I'm not. Actually, with a dejected look on his face, he started to explain. A lord found about this village. What? And he said he's going to place this land under his rule, meaning he'll start collecting taxes. In addition, he's also demanding we pay 5 years' worth of back taxes for our unauthorized use of the land. What? That's ridiculous! Yes, it mostly is, or most certainly is. We obviously don't have the means to pay 5 years' taxes. There's no reason for him to take over this village again. We're completely isolated from the surrounding area, after all. But if we resist, we could send soldiers. VR glove slap. Oh no! Hello, nobody. Hopefully you're doing well. If we resist, you could send soldiers. It doesn't matter how absurd his claim to the village is. We have no choice but to comply. That's terrible. What are we going to do then? We're going to do as the Lord demands. The 5 years' taxes will have to be paid in installments. Some of the men suggested we abandon the land and find somewhere else. Oh gosh, oh jeez. Oh my gosh, there's so many misses happening. Gosh. Da-da-da-da! I did that a little bit late. Oh, GG, nobody. We got close. My goodness. Some of the men suggested we abandon the land and find somewhere else. Jigama no Goku no rekere kaijo no kaijari sugami no suigyo matsu urai matsu furai matsu kunaroru tokoro nizumu tokoro yaburokuji no burokuji paipa no shuringan no gurinde de poknipina poknipana chukame no chosuke. I was able to do it for surekere. Oh my gosh, what? Oh gosh. But the painting I reference in general are okay. Let me look at this. Oh no. That'd be very fitting though, I think. Just Peach being very Eevee and me just being like, I hold you. Some of the men okay. I've read that almost 3 times now, but it would take time to cultivate the land and plant new crops. It's no trivial task. We'll just have to make do with these changes. We'll use more of the land to grow and try to be more efficient. Will you help in the fields? Of course! This village is my home now, too. Thank you, Giselle. It will be difficult, but if we all pitch in, I'm sure we can get through this. Oh no, I lost it. I had it, but I lost it. I thought the same thing. If we all work together, we could make it through this rough patch. But the collection of taxes brought more than just a burden for everyone to share. It brought emotional strain and conflict to the village, too. Your family has more hands to work the fields. I have a sickly child. Do you expect him to work any harder than he is? I know you're hiding grain in your cellar. You have more than us. Let us keep a little grain. You have more. No, you have more. You both have more than us. When their comfortable lives fell under attack, the villagers' top priority became their own property. The cooperation was only temporary, and before long everyone became a threat. The negative energy only built on itself, its growth accelerating like a boulder rolling down the hill. And it wasn't long before their sights fell on me, the outsider. Don't look at me, I don't got nothing. I got trauma, that's all I got. Come on, get moving. Ow, stop that. Why are you doing this? I'll stop once you've told us everything. Told you what? Oh no, that painting, the depiction, the moment after Ivan the Terrible killed his son with a fire poker depicted near the bottom of the painting. Oh. Wow. Wrong thing. Oh, yeah. Oh, I didn't even see, like, the just immense amount of regret in his eyes. So I guess the version of me would just be me being like, just like, I don't know. One morning, a man dragged me from my house and took me to the square. There, the entire rest of the village was gathered, all eyes on me. What? What's this about? Oh, don't play silly. We all know it was you. What was me? The thief! From the crowd appeared someone I knew quite well, the ever-affable village representative, the man who had saved my life. But in his eyes now, I thought you were better than that, was contempt, anger, scorn, so many different shades of negativity. I recognized what I saw in his glare immediately, as someone who had been subjected to those looks before. But why? For what reason was he looking at me like that? I couldn't make sense of what was happening, so I just stood there, stupefied. There's been a rise in reports of people having things stolen lately. This village is too small to attract bandits, though. Since the Lord now demands we pay him taxes, even the smallest item lost can have a dramatic impact on a family's living conditions. That's a mentally unwell king that slashed out at his son, did something he regrets, yeah. That's absolutely the look of regret. Thank you for the stretch. Ah! My goodness. I popped in at least 2 spaces. Honestly, a pretty normal scan. If anything, my arms have something weird going on, but that's about it. How you doing, Lion? What you've done is no joke. What? Wait just a second. I haven't stolen anything. Why do you think you have been seen in the act? What? So long as there is testimony against you, your guilt is assured. What? Who says they... Oh. Who says they saw me? I swear I didn't do anything. They're obviously lying. You're the one who's lying. You've been playing us for fools this whole time. Everything was fine until you showed up. We managed not to get found until you showed up. Absolutely identity theft moment. Guilty of identity theft. No. Where'd Zeph go? It's a Bailey takeover. No, that's not my fault. Giselle, apologize to the village and return what you've taken. Amede, don't you believe me? There were multiple witnesses. Several different people saw you stealing. I know these people long enough to be family, and I trust them like family too. They're not liars, but no, they're framing me. I didn't steal anything, I swear. Framing you? Now you want to put this on us, woman? Unbelievable. Have you forgotten we welcomed you into this village? Amade, please believe me. You of all people should believe me. Been avoiding me of late, haven't you? Because we don't want to you. What? Because you had something to hide, correct? No, What other reason could you have to avoid me? What? Why? How could he say such things? Why won't he believe me? Now, return the things you've stolen. I can't! I never stole anything! How am I supposed to return something I don't have? I see. So you've already moved the stolen goods. She said she doesn't have them anymore, folks. How should we deal with this? Rough her up until she talks. Yeah, she's not getting off that easy. Give us back our property! Why is this happening of me? The harsh new leadership has driven these people mad. I need to get away from this village, quick. Restrain her! No, get your hands off me! Have you forgotten everything we've done for you? All that matters is that you don't have to suffer, is that it? I didn't do anything! Take her to my house. We'll make her tell us everything. Don't do what I think you're gonna do, please. No. Stop, you've all gone mad. Please, come to your senses. With men on all 4 sides of me, I was dragged into Amade's house. He sat coolly in a chair and they shoved me to my knees before him. I'll ask you one more time, Giselle. Where did you put the things you stole? And I'll keep giving you the same answer. I didn't take anything from anyone. Bailey's stealing stuff like Zeph's channel. Please believe me. Do you swear with God as your witness? I do. I swear with all my heart. You don't actually believe her, do you, Amade? She not only sold out us to a lord, she's now threatening to make our lives downright impossible. Again, that's just a coincidence. Listen to me, Amade. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man. Why are you doing this, Amade? You were such a good man. I'm deeply disappointed in you, Giselle. As much as I don't want to do this, I have to get the truth from you. Don't do what I think you're gonna do. I hope you don't do it. This is a real identity crisis. Oh, my day. Of course. Why didn't I see it? I'm still just an outsider to them. Why would he believe a stranger's word over the word of the village, his family? The water. What? A man set a wooden well bucket on the floor in front of me. And it wasn't clean water from the well, though, but grimy, murky wastewater. I reflexively turned my head from the stench, but a man behind me grabbed me by the hair. No! Extract confessions with head pats and hand holding. No! Promotional support looking memes. I will look very quickly. Okay, it's a TikTok. I think I've seen that one, but since it's a TikTok, I will look at it later. I reflexively turned my head from the stench, and then I read that line already. And before I had a chance to realize what was happening, the world around me went brown. I struggled with all my might to break free, but my arms were tied behind my back, and I didn't have the strength to overpower the man holding my head down. Reflexively gasping for air, a stream of filthy water poured into my mouth. Pull her out. We got nothing if she dies. Put her back in, and keep at it until she decides she's ready to talk. No! How unsightly. To think I ever considered marrying this woman. Stop! We can stop whenever you want, Giselle. You just have to tell us the truth. Please. Stop! I was given no time to rest. My head shoved into the bucket, then pulled out just long enough for me to steal a breath before going back in. Over and over again. Someone that has to clean up raw sewage multiple times is incredibly gross. Absolutely. Not a person in that room objected to the abuse that I was receiving. I'd prayed for a good harvest with these people. They had taught me how to use a loom, something I'd never touched before. We had laughed together, lived together. They were normal people. Perfectly ordinary, kind, helpful, friendly people. Not at all cruel or inhumane. But now they burned with a frenzy that overshadowed all my memories of them. And every gargle, gasp, and grunt they got from me fueled that fire. Dozens of eyes laced with madness stared down upon me, rejoicing at my suffering. My consciousness was slipping away from me. I thought I could hear laughing and chattering, but it all passed through my ears as mere noise, nothing I could make sense of. Stay with me. Oh, thank goodness, you're awake. Wait, what was I just doing? Ah, right, I was in the forest on the verge of death. The Namade found me and... We almost lost valuable manpower there. We were just discussing what to do about you, Giselle, and we decided to make you village proper... No! No, he didn't save me. If you agree to work with us, we'll put this nasty mess behind us. You may be worthless in the fields and terrible with a loom, but there's plenty you can help with. What are you going to make me do? Like to get your hands dirty. And considering I found you half dead in the forest, I doubt the rest of you is any cleaner. It seems we come to an agreement. I'll keep watch over her starting today, to make sure she stays in line and doesn't steal anything else. Dirty. Stays in line. The way they're looking at me, they don't have to spell it out. No. Anything but that. Please have mercy. If you're begging for mercy, that means you know you've done something wrong. Let's see. There is one way, Giselle. What? Give back what you stole, naturally. But if you're going to insist that's not possible, then bring us something of equal value. And if you can't do that, then your life belongs to the village. The men were cackling. They knew I couldn't do it, and they were enjoying watching me squirm. Take your pick, Giselle. Something of equal value. If I can get that, then you'll set me free? In that moment, a little bit of darkness bubbled up in my heart. Something maleficent whispered in my ear. If you are in need of money, help yourself to some of the furniture. There's a village not far from here. Trade it for food, then make your way to a larger town. I think I know where you can get something worth money. The mansion in the forest has some fairly valuable furniture in it. Oh God, when did I become... You can steal some of that to sell for good money. Such a despicable woman. You mean the cursed mansion? You expect us to go there? Are you out of your mind? Anyone who goes near that house is killed by the witch's curse. There is no witch living there. There is no curse. Giselle, what do you know about that mansion? I lived there for a while. Well, for a month. You what? The son of a noble lives there. He's human, and he's alone. No, it is her fault that he gets attacked. A noble? What's a noble boy doing this far from the city? I presume he was banished there. I was sent to the mansion from the capital to act as his servant. There was plenty of value in that house. Shelves lined with books. There should be more than enough to pay the Lord's 5 years' worth of taxes. Is what you're saying true? I would not lie. As bewilderment spread through Amadeus' house, I was unable to look at anything but the floor. I couldn't stop trembling. To protect myself, I had sold out Michel. You swear there's just a single man living in that house? Yes, it's only him. All right. If it turns out you're lying, you'll pay. Okay, everyone, you heard her. Tell all the young men to get ready. We're going to go up to the mansion in the forest. And just to be safe, make sure everyone brings something they can use as a weapon. And you, Giselle, you're coming with us. You'll be leading the way. Listen to me. Don't think about trying to run. Right. She at least protected herself from what we were all worrying about. But this doesn't seem like that great of an alternative either. On the cusp of springtime, I found myself trekking through the dreary forest I had thought I would never set foot in again. How had I ended up here? How come I never managed to avoid getting myself in these situations? And who would have guessed that my reason for returning to the mansion would be to loot it? I prayed for God to show even a little mercy and ensure Michel wasn't around. He doesn't leave the house. Why would he not be around? Though I knew the chances of that happening were almost zero. Better than the alternative, but this is still very bad, absolutely. After several hours of walking, we broke through the thick woods and the mansion appeared before us. Like its surroundings, the house was bleak and uninviting. Even the midday sun seemed disinterested in shining its light upon it. Despite, on the surface, there not being much of anything impressive about it, the entire mob stood speechless before its overwhelming presence. But the men had weapons, and they were fueled by avarice. Avarice? I don't know. Which gave them the courage to approach this place they wouldn't normally otherwise. The door won't open. I think it's barred from the inside. It would seem someone really does live in this cursed place. I'm honestly surprised. Like a licorice? Avarice? Hope tastes sweet. Oh no. Just kidding, it's not. Okay, I was like, I don't know if that's... I'm honestly surprised, even more so that it's not a witch, but just a noble. The door's old, we can break it down. Yeah, let's bust it down! Let's bust it down! Hold on, there's no need to be barbaric. Did you even consider knocking on the door like normal people? You sound like a band of thieves. Ha! That's something else coming from you. Who do you think proposed this plan, Giselle? You. All right, men. You ready for lives of luxury? Break down that door! Stop it. It's the dang nobles who make our lives so hard. They deserve to be robbed. Break it. Break down the door. Please, stop this. Break it down. Break it down. Break it down. Stop. All their repressed emotions detonated. They battered the door again and again and again, and in a few minutes' time, it was on the verge of collapse. They shouted and cheered and hooted like madmen as my peaceful life came crumbling down around me. Growing lightheaded from the anxiety, I squeezed my eyes shut, unable to bear it any longer, when the deep groan of a door opening echoed through the forest. Reminds me of that one song, Lifestyles of the Rich and Famous. I forgot about that song. I forget how it goes, but na 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 na. Yeah, like the one lyric. If money is such a problem, na 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 na. Na 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 na. Yeah, that's so many problems. We think we should rob them. Yeah, I forgot about that song. I'm gonna have to listen to it again at some point. It would seem you're not aware whose house you're trying to break into. The world went silent, like time had come to a stop. No one could manage to say a word. Only stare at the man who had appeared from within the mansion. Surely you know what this place is called. Oh, thank you for putting it in the Discord. That way I won't forget. Beneath the dazzling midday sun, he had bone-chillingly alabaster skin and long, nearly translucently pale hair.
Well, thank you for the hydrate.
So surely you came prepared for whatever you would find. And his eyes were like two blazing infernos staring out across the mob. A demon, someone muttered, probably unconsciously. He did indeed look like something not of this world. It's a demon! The rumors about this place were true! A cursed demon lives here. Demon? Him? Michel? No. He's not cursed. Indeed, I am cursed. The witch's curse is real. I have inherited it in its entirety, as well as her purpose. A witch, a demon, a spirit impure. Call me whatever you wish, for the truth shall not change. I carry within me an eternal curse. Behold my flesh, pale as the moon. No red blood flows beneath this skin, as it does yours. Behold my hair, utterly devoid of color, offered up to the devil as part of our pact. Behold these crimson eyes, a symbol of the lifeblood split at my hands. I shall bring calamity upon you as the witch of legend. Never-ending famine, plague, catastrophe, suffering for generations. Until the moment of your deaths, you shall regret ever coming near this place. No, have mercy! We were just... It was that woman. She brought us here, tempted us with promises of wealth, deceived us, told us to pillage this house. We're innocent. Amadei, please have mercy on us. This would be a great time for her to hit him back with the asking for mercy makes you guilty. Give her to me, then, as an offering. Absolutely, she's yours. Torture her however you please. I have one more condition. You never come near this house again. If you so much as consider it, you will all die by my curse. I swear, we won't return. Run! Get out of here! He has white hair because he has a curse. I have white hair because I have hormone problems. Oh no. Without so much as a glance back, the villagers scrambled into the forest, and Amadei, the man who had rescued me that night, went right along with them. Is there kindness in the world? I wasn't sure what to think anymore. Don't think I'm helping you. His voice rained down on me, but I couldn't lift my head. There was such a gaping void in my chest. I had no idea what questions I should be asking anymore. What I should be angry about. What I should be sad about. Not even the first clue. Look at me. Look at me, Giselle. Oh gosh. Tell me. Is it true you returned to this mansion to plunder it? That you brought those men here to rob me of my valuables? His sprite right now looks like we're about to RPG fight him. Answer me, Giselle!
Yes. It's true. I persuaded them to steal from you.
Are you really so desperate for money that you resort to looting? Just how low will you go? Not only did you seduce my father, not only did you go digging around for information about me, you brought a mob to this house. And they were armed too. Were you trying to get me killed? Answer me, Giselle. Not even going to defend yourself? Your scheme failed, so you're retreating into silence? Oh, for God's sake. You sicken me. I'm done with you. I'm done. Leave this place and never show your face here again. As he shouted at me and I stared into his fiery red eyes, a somewhat inappropriate thought crossed my mind.
Huh. You can get emotional like anyone else.
And my heart, stripped raw and cast out to sea, finally sunk deep enough to be crushed by the pressure.
Me.
What? If you want me gone, then kill me. You can do that, can't you? You can use your curse to kill me, can't you? Then do it! Right here! Use your power! Take my life! If you don't want to do that, stab me with your knife! Kill me, kill me, kill me! What? I'm done. I can't take it. I'm through with this whole world. No one will believe anything I say. No one cares one bit about how I feel. They can just walk all over me laughing. Why? Tell me why. Why is this happening to me? I never stole anything. What are you talking about? I tried my best to look happy. I thought everything would work out if I just kept smiling. I believed that it would make things better, but nothing ever got better. What did I ever do? Tell me, what did I do? All I ever did was believe. Tried my best to survive, to always wear a smile. But if everything's going to be my fault, and I have to deal with that for the rest of my life, then I'm done. I don't want to live anymore. I don't want to live in this world anymore. Calm down. Please, I don't follow what you're saying. My understanding is that you desired money, so you brought that mob. And before that, you used my father. You wouldn't believe me even if I told you the real story. You'll take your family's word over mine. You don't have any idea what I went through there. How hard it was just to keep myself together. What? I never wanted riches. All I wanted was a decent enough wage to allow my family to live comfortably. That's all I wanted, but that man, he used my family against me. He made me, forced me to, he essayed me. I don't want to say the word. It makes me uncomfortable. What? Again and again, no matter how much I resisted, he wouldn't stop. Again and again, he threatened me, beat me, cut me with a knife, over and over and over again. What? My father did that to you? No one would believe me. I did nothing wrong. You don't believe me either, do you? So I'm done. I don't want this body anymore. I don't want to live like this anymore. I can't take it anymore. Help me. Please, set me free. Kill me! Kill me already! Use your curse and kill me! Kill me! Ah! Give me a moment. I need time to process this. Can't do it, can't you? Or you can do it, can't you? Then kill me already! Kill me now! Kill me. Dang it! Give me time so we can talk this through. I want to hear everything from the beginning. Inside. Let's get inside and talk. The light hurts my eyes. Man, this chapter hasn't had, like, many, like, of the transitions that have the title in it. That was a door I might have best let stay shut. Not knowing the truth would have been so much easier. I wouldn't have been made to shudder in disgust, hearing about the crimes of my own family. But if I hadn't opened that door, I would have lost everything. That day, after far too long, I finally let myself see the person in Giselle. Giselle didn't recover for some time after I managed to get her inside. Unsure what else I could do for her, I had her sit before the fireplace and waited in silence as she sobbed. I had no idea what one was supposed to say to someone who was crying. Was it normal to offer them a warm drink? I didn't know. I did know I needed to reflect on the things she said outside and try to make sense of them. And from there, calm myself down and prepare for the conversation we were to have, as unpleasant as I was sure it would be. A considerable amount of time later, Giselle's sobbing grew to a stop, an oppressive silence setting in to take its place. For far longer than was comfortable, the only sound we heard was the gentle crackling of the fire. I had to say something. I knew that, but I didn't know how to begin. I knew nothing about having an honest face-to-face discussion with someone about the things we were thinking and feeling. But that didn't change anything. I had to do it. Even if down the road lay truths I would be happier not seeing. Giselle. Could you please tell me what you did at... no. What had done to you at my family's house? How you ended up coming to this mansion, and what happened after you left? I would like to know everything from start to finish. Will you believe what I tell you? You never so much as gave me the time of day before. And I very much doubt you will find what I have to say agreeable. Will you still believe me, even then? Believe my word, a stranger's word, over your family and the people of the village? I cannot yet say. I must hear what you have to say to make that decision. I suppose that might be better than you saying you'll believe me unconditionally. All right. I'll tell you everything. I hope it's a thing that I don't have to read the details again. I hope that they don't give us details. We had enough information when we were actually shown it. It doesn't need to get any more detailed than that. And I could just imagine having a cookie right now, like a regenerative cookie.
I would like a cookie. I don't remember the last time I had a cookie. I don't know.
Just know that nothing I say is a lie. Understood. Giselle methodically recounted her tale for me. She told me how she accepted an offer from the Bollinger to work as an Abigail to earn money for her family. Okay, it's gonna... Since we have the benefit of knowing already, it's gonna go and just summarize it. Of how my father, Antonin, had other plans for her. Of the things he did to her. She spoke dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I want that SCP cake that if you leave a crumb, the piece turns into a cake. Just gotta not have too many crumbs. Oh my gosh. Just, oh my gosh. I would, I don't know. I was gonna say I wouldn't have a good time with that cake, but like, I mean, I don't know. Do you have to finish it? Or it's just like, you know, if you're a messy eater and leave a lot of crumbs, you're gonna get like 20 cakes. I'm pretty sure this isn't a Vocaloid, but it, like the sound is very similar to Oliver. Like I'm not, like it sounds like a person, but it sounds really similar to Oliver. If you eat it entirely, nothing happens. But if there are 20 crumbs, you get 20 cakes. This kid or class and can end the world by overwhelming cake. Oh no. So, okay. So yeah, if I ate it, it would create a lot of cakes because apparently I'm a messy eater. She spoke dryly, simply putting words to each event, one after the other. I'd already seen how she felt deep down, though. I had heard her pained screams, which were undoubtedly genuine. I didn't think she was trying to deceive me. It was the sound of old wounds being torn open, and even I could see that. Or perhaps my own experiences were what allowed me to see it. Regardless, I had realized too late. I should have seen it sooner. She described it all mechanically to remain detached from what had happened to her, to protect herself. Of that, I had no doubts. Still, the things she told me were almost unbearable, and I had a difficult time accepting them. What was I supposed to do? When I learned my father was just a terrible man all around, how was I supposed to react to that revelation? What was I supposed to think about the fact that his blood flowed through me? I repulsed myself. Do you want all the details? What do you mean? Of the wounds he gave me. I still have scars from the things he did. If you don't believe me, I can show them to you. But SCP is the infinite pizza box. My goodness. No, that won't be necessary. I see. That's a relief. I don't think I could have handled that right now. I hadn't turned down her offer for her sake. I only did so because I didn't think I could take any more. I averted my eyes to protect myself. Why had I taken my mother's word, brushing aside everything Giselle had said and done? I knew good and well my mother was no longer in her right mind, so why had I thought her letter the truth? Why had I been unable to think rationally? There were, I believe, several factors. My childhood, my past, the witch's whispers, and above all, my own character, consumed with distrust for everything. I had to face it now, to open my eyes once more, to look at everything I had pretended away until now. I was not entirely blameless for her suffering after all. Please, continue if you will. I left off at the point where the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. SCP-458, you just reach in and grab a slice, and that slice is your preferred pizza type. Oh, that's super... That's a super nice SCP. It's not a pizza box that can end the world. It's just a pizza box that gives you the exact amount of pizza of your favorite type and toppings. I would love that. That would be fun. I don't remember the number of like my favorite one, but it was the vending machine that, depending on how much you put into it, would like give you just a random thing. I think it was like for the most part it would give you regular sodas and stuff, but like certain amounts would give you like a can of bees or like Intergalactic Pepsi. It was in a little Caesar's box too, but it can replicate your favorite, even like homemade recipes. Oh, that sounds delicious. I would love to have SCP-458 just in my house. That would absolutely be great for D&D nights. It would save a lot of money too. I left off at the point where the mistress discovered what was happening, I believe. I was sent to the mansion to atone for my sins. Sins that she didn't even commit. It was decided that I would be sent here rather than being executed, which is what the mistress wanted. At first, I assumed it would be essentially a private prison, but in the carriage on the way here, I was given a letter. The vending machine SCP that can make you liquid anything, yeah. The one appeared in a video game. A couple of nuclear fission is deliciously explosive, yeah. Because it's like, I think a lot of the times when I look for the vending machine one, I get like the like essentially soda fountain looking one, and it's like, that's not quite the one I'm looking for. I don't remember which one it is though. Dude, if SCPs were real, I'd 100% be on person of interest list or in their custody or employment. Absolutely, I would not doubt you being employed by the Foundation for a second. I feel like that would really fit your rocket. A letter? From whom? It didn't say. But your father was the one who ordered me here, so I would guess it was him. Never order a cup of joe or you're getting a cup of blood in me. Oh no. Let me see if I can figure out which number it is. I believe, is it that one? No, it's not that one. I believe. Okay, so it's SCP-261 is the specific one that I like, because you can get a Coke Zero, Cheetos, Black Yan Yan, Pepsi Dragon Twist, Dark Side Cola, Lemon Clams, Diet Ghost, and then a few unknowns. That's the one that I like. Oh, okay. It doesn't depend on the amount. You just get a random one. But you enter 800 yen. Yeah, that's the safe one. How did Rocket escape his containment again? He's not even trying to escape. He's just hanging out with the bug SCPs. Absolutely. The letter was very concise, simply explaining that there was someone already there. The Bollinger's youngest child. It didn't go into any more detail than that, but it did ask me to look after you. Do you still have the letter? I don't. The coachman took it back after I was finished. Thinking back on it now, it was rather strange of him to do. It was just a harmless letter. It was anything but. What? It wasn't my father who wrote that letter. He believes me to be dead, so he would have sincerely thought he was banishing you to an empty house in a remote forest. The writer couldn't risk leaving anything that might suggest I was still alive. And who? My brother, I believe. Either Didier or Georges, but I would guess Didier. Those are weird names. Yes, I probably didn't pronounce them correctly, but that's fine. Your brother? Why would he? I do not know. I can't imagine why he would write such a letter, or why he would want to tell you about me. That's a really good roll. I mean, this is better than a 1. Oh, an 8. I feel like, depending on what that could be, that would be beating a DC, maybe, in some cases. I don't believe he had any ill intentions, at least. I mean, he asked me to look after you. That makes it sound like he's concerned about you. Then why doesn't he stay in contact? Why does he never respond to my letters? It's a bit late to suddenly start being concerned. No, never mind that now. Please, tell me the rest.
All right. Giselle resumed her story from the day she fled the mansion, terrified by my behavior. She seemed to be putting a bit more emotion in her tone of voice now, perhaps because she could see I was more interested in this part. There was a deep sadness on her face as she described that night in the rain, listening to the thunder, when she gave up on living. And I knew I had caused it. And she then told me of the time she spent in the nearby village, how, at first, life had seemed wonderful, but in time it had come crumbling down. Naturally, she wouldn't be here to tell me this if nothing had happened there. Once she was through with her tale, Giselle let out a long, heavy sigh, as though she had been holding it in for some time. I thought I could hear just a faint trembling in the air she exhaled. That is everything. Forgot my TV was on and someone just screamed with the fear of God in their voice. Oh no. Do you believe me? If you don't, if you still think I'm deceiving you, then I won't argue with you. That's fine. If that's the case, please just kill me. Why didn't you tell me this sooner? I know I wasn't very open to anything you said, but if that day, when I found you in my room, you had told me I was mistaken, that the sin belonged to my father, it might not have turned out like this. The knife. What? You were holding a knife. I can't handle blades anymore. Ever since what happened, they scare me to death. Just the sight of one in someone's hand. And I start thinking they're going to use it on me. I can't help it. I start shaking uncontrollably, growing faint of breath. The world goes white. I can't even form words. There's nothing I can do. Now I finally see. She was grimacing in pain. The day the package arrived, when you knocked my hand away. Because I was scared. Because it reminded me of that time. I had assumed she was simply jumpy from a guilty conscience. I felt nauseous realizing I had been pouring a constant stream of salt into her unmendable wounds. What a damned fool I was. And why did you get so upset at me? Why did you have to point a knife at me? I didn't want you snooping. If you meant to sell information about me, I thought I had to do anything in my power to stop you. I'm still not convinced it was necessary. I was unarmed. I couldn't fight back. You didn't need a knife. I have nothing left anymore. So I'm going to tell you exactly how I feel. You're a jerk. What you did was inexcusable. You may not have hurt me physically, but you still hurt me. Humans are frail creatures. They wound easily. I apologize. What? Apologize to me. I said apologize. I'm sorry. Again. Put your heart into it. Convince me you mean it. I'm sorry. Again. Once more, get down on your knees and shout it from your guts. I am so very sorry. Pistol now. Was that a laugh? Jeez. Such a strange man. Strange. You told me to do it. Nothing's going like I thought it would. I figured even if we talked, you would just deny everything I said. I didn't think you would actually listen to me. But you did. You listened, and you looked quite distressed by what you heard. I looked distressed? Oh, yes, you sure did. I wish I'd had a mirror to show you. I'm sure you didn't want to believe what I said. But you didn't once accuse me of lying. You faced up to the truth and you apologized.
seem to have had the wrong impression of you as well. I didn't try to see you for who you were, instead letting myself believe you were someone to be afraid of. To be honest, I didn't like you very much. The feeling was mutual, but for some reason I don't feel that way now. Is it guilt? I need to apologize to you too. Apologize for what? I led the villagers here. I almost sold my soul to the devil. I tried to sell you out to save myself, and for that, I am truly sorry. I don't understand. What? Do I need to get down on my knees too? No, that's not what I meant. The blame falls on the village for falsely accusing you of stealing. You were a convenient scapegoat for the real thieves. They planned to take advantage of you from the start. That Amade was probably in on it as well, to get back at you for rejecting his proposal. Plus, saving the village and giving the village a single target to let out their frustrations on would, in a way, help unify them. He used you to meet that end. In order to escape from their trap, you told them about me. But this was after I had already threatened you, causing you to flee from this place. You had nothing to apologize for. Still, I still feel really bad about it. So, I'm sorry anyway. You're unexpectedly stubborn. But now that we both apologized to each other, we can call everything square. Square? Square. We were both in the wrong, so we apologized and we forgave each other. She gave a little smile, but all I could do was stare at her, brow furrowed and perplexity? Like I was looking at some bizarre fantasyland creature. The weight of our crimes was not equal. What I had done to her was so very much worse. Furthermore, I am Antonin's son. His blood flows through me. Can you honestly say you don't find me revolting? That you're willing to forgive me for that? I didn't think I would be able to. If I were her, my grudge would extend to all my family, everyone I had ever come in contact with. I can. Although, you don't need forgiveness for being his son. Being related to someone doesn't make you responsible for their sins. It wouldn't be fair to blame you for that. You're curious. What? Curious? About what? No, not that curious. You're a strange creature. I'm human, you know? Yes. I know you're human. You're making me lightheaded. Is it a medical emergency? That's quite the leap of logic. You know, I was at my lowest just a little bit ago, and now I'm laughing again. It's odd. I never expected I would recover at all. I was just as surprised as her. She had been through hell, and she had more than enough reason to despise me, to shower me in vitriol. But instead, she was smiling. And even more unexpected was the fact that I felt relieved to see it. I really, truly wished I had gotten to know him sooner. Yes, I had fled from the mansion in fear of him, but maybe if he had just a little more courage, enough to tell him the truth, or if I had a little more courage, not him, maybe he would have listened. I had let my initial impression of him solidify too quickly. I had convinced myself he was insensitive and perpetually emotionless, save for an Arctic stare. But the man standing before me did experience sadness, pain, and distress. Or at the very least, he appeared to, from where I was standing. Michel was, just like me, an ordinary person. That said, there was still plenty I didn't know. I was still lacking explanations for much of his behavior. Would you mind telling me about yourself now? I'd like to get to know you better. What are you doing here in this mansion all alone? Why do you call yourself cursed? I told you everything. It's only fair you do the same. I have no interest in using your information for anything. I have no reason to. Or are you going to keep pushing the master and servant line? Do you still think I have no need to know? Be quiet, for the love of God. Stop talking already. You always pick the worst time. What? Excuse me. What do you mean I always pick the worst time? No, I wasn't. Unbelievable. Just when I was starting to think you might actually be a decent human being, you go and spout this. Sorry, I'm like playing with effects, because I know there's a way of removing the glasses. I forget what I had it set to. No, Michel, I wasn't talking to you. Who else could it have been? I was, talking to... You know, I have, a condition that forces me to vocalize objections to my own thoughts. You know, that's about as convincing as saying, or as my allergic to people excuse. There we go, that's what I was looking for. Sorry. Weirdo. What crosses did he bear? What secrets did he keep? Maybe the truth was far beyond my reckoning. And if it was, even if he did, please, tell me everything. No matter what you say, I won't doubt your words. I will trust you. I'm sure I can accept anything you say. Please. If you don't put it into words, I have nothing to work with. Oh, yay, I'm back to me! Okay. Where should I start, though? How about the curse, then? Are you actually cursed? That's a difficult question. We need a Zeph model with glasses. I think that would be cute. I mean, maybe. I just don't wear glasses. But, like, I think I have a glasses, accessory? Oh, why are they all, like, sunglasses? I can at least, like, have it like this.
There we go. Little hard glasses.
Oh, that doesn't move that well. Whee! But, I don't know. We got glasses. That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. Like the idea of lensless glasses look, maybe. Yeah, I think maybe I will have one that doesn't move along with my face like this, because this angle is a little much. Man, they are all sunglasses though. Like, is this one see-through? I don't think this one's see-through. Oh, it is. Wow. It still has lenses, but... There we go. This way it kind of stays more so on my face. Like small reading glasses, yeah. Sadly, I don't have those at the moment. I haven't grabbed many glasses. That's a difficult question. I cannot, for example, take someone's life with my curse, nor can I bring about disaster. I don't have any magical powers like that. So, what you said outside was a bluff, then? Just a way to chase the villagers away. Well, you certainly put on a convincing performance. So, you can't actually curse anyone, huh? Regardless, I am human. Nothing more, nothing less. At least, I consider myself one. Others would disagree, and the reason for that has to do with my body. Your skin, hair, and eye color, right? Right. I am too gorgeous, and that makes people scared. They're like, oh gosh, he's gonna take all the women from us. Seeing Michel under the sun, he certainly wasn't what most people would consider normal. awe-inspiring, in fact, giving birth to me. It broke my mother. No, I drove her mad. Not only do I appear inhuman, I'm oversensitive to sunlight. While a little light through the window isn't much of a problem, I can't be outside, directly under the sun, for more than a couple of hours. When she realized I couldn't go out into the sun, my mother started thinking I was possessed by a demon. He's going to seduce the women, or else, or worse, me! So she banished me to this mansion until my curse was broken. That was 10 years ago. Just because you look different from them? The family's reputation was at stake too. If other noble houses realized we were giving refuge to an unholy creature, it would destroy the Bollingers. You saw how the villagers reacted. They called me a demon when they saw me. I suspect the rumors about the mansion played a part in that. If nobody thought the house was cursed, they wouldn't have. I'm sure you were aware as well. If you saw me and thought I was not of this world, that I looked like a demon. I thought you looked like an angel. A what? I at least thought you looked more like an angel than a demon. It never once crossed my mind that you might be evil. But I understand your situation now. Because of your appearance, you've lived all alone in this dark mansion for 10 years. It was never really an inconvenience. They brought me all the supplies I need. You big liar. Have you never considered running away? That's not an option. Because of the sun? No. I could move during the night if I really wanted to. I'm being watched to ensure I don't leave. Watched? They can't allow anyone to find out that I'm alive, particularly at the Bollinger estate. If I were to run and they were to find out, I would probably be killed. If only I didn't stand out so much, I might be able to stay out of sight easier. But also, I had been holding on to a little hope, I think. Hope that I might be able to return someday. I have all but given up on that hope now, though. Not that I ever had enough willpower to really fight for it. I see. You don't need to worry about pitying me either. It's long since become normal to me. And that's not something that should ever become normal. So, what was that really a moment ago? You don't actually have a condition that makes you argue with yourself, do you? Please tell me. You don't have to believe me. In fact, I doubt you will. You're free to think I'm completely mad. Don't worry, I want to know. I can hear the witch's voice. The witch's voice? It started when I first arrived at the mansion. No one else can hear it either. Like I said, it sounds crazy. No, not at all. I said I would trust you, so I believe you. Maybe he's not well. Yeah, that has to be it. He believed everything I have to say, but he can hear voices in his head, and I'll just play along for now. 10 years all alone in one place, and you're bound to start hearing things. He seems like a delicate person, too. Thinking about it like that, I'm starting to feel really sorry for him. Do I want to know what you're thinking? I'm here for you and your delusional state. Huh? Wah! I've made up my mind. Gotta go fast! I just like the sneer of the one glasses and just like, ooh, look like heckin' Bubsy. I've made up my mind. Oops. I'm going to stay here with you. Wait, what? Don't worry. I'll shout so loud you won't be able to hear that silly witch's voice anymore. Will you now? If you hear it again, let me know, understood? You don't have to be afraid. I never said I was. Whenever you hear it, I'll be there with you, holding your hand. Well, we kind of took the extremely long route, but there you have it. It's a pleasure to make your acquaintance, Master.
Master.
Now, where should we begin? I know, supper. Are you hungry? What should I make?
Slow down, please. We just shared our traumas. I feel like we need to take some time to process this.
What is it? If there's something you'd like, I'm happy to accommodate.
You actually intend to stay here again? After what happened last time?
Because of what happened. Because of that, we're finally able to see past each other's surface. I want us to try again, from the beginning. And this time, actually try to be considerate of one another's feelings. That's a promise, Master.
All right.
I can stay here, right?
I don't mind.
I'm glad to hear it.
Say,
Yes, Master?
if you ever want something from me, can I please ask you to put it into words? I don't have much faith in my ability to pick up on things.
Got it. Then here's something to start with. What do you say we open some of these windows?
Open the windows.
Yeah, we don't have to if you think it'll cause you problems, but it would be nice to have a little light in here. I'd like to put an end to this house being a dark, closed-off cave.
I wasn't the one who barred the windows.
You weren't?
They were like that when I arrived. It made it seem like a very appropriate place to lock me away. While I am sensitive to light, yes, as I mentioned, a little sun through the window shouldn't cause any problems.
All right, then. Can I ask you to help me open them? Let's both lighten this place up. Like, okay, we expressed our traumas. We're good now.
Roll to eat hot dog, ooh. You eat the out of that hot dog. You eat it with such poise and grace. People look over and they're like, man, this person's really good at eating hot dogs. And like after a few moments of silence, Michel gave me a curt nod.
Maybe we couldn't do anything about the windows that had been boarded up, or while we hadn't been able to. The two of us forced open the ones that were just covered by rusted over shutters. When we got the first one open, a beautiful stream of light like nothing I'd ever seen before. Flooded into the dark mansion's halls. I'd assumed that spring would never come. All we had to do was talk to each other, listen to each other, and everything else would fall into place. But it was the first step that was so hard, so much harder than either of us had expected. And now that the ice was melting, we had to treasure that. It might not have seemed like much to someone else, but to us, it was a huge accomplishment.
Yippee! Right? Turns out communication is important, right?
Who would have thought? Who would have thought that
Not keeping secrets was the answer.
this time, it'll all work out? It has to. I had all the confidence in the world when we were together, but now that I'm alone in the dark, in the absolute silence of the night, I'm starting to get anxious again, starting to feel like something bad is going to happen, like I'm going to mess something up again. We took a big step today, and I know I have to keep it together, to keep thinking positive.
The goods you're after, Giselle, are not cheap. Understand. Thus saith the Lord of hosts, the woman hath committed 3 sins. She has lied, she has stolen, and she has betrayed her fellow man.
It's all right. It's okay. There's nothing left to be afraid of, Giselle. Whatever happens, you have to hold fast to your faith in the goddess, or the goodness of others. You have no reason to tremble. Huh? Yes, come in. That's odd. I don't think I was hearing things. there's no one there. What was that about? Oh, a glass? It's wine, and it's so warm. I guess he heated it on the fire for me? Oh, you could have at least said hi. I have a feeling this is going to work out. I am worried. I am worried. I feel like he would have stayed if it was actually him. The light shining in through the windows is still is swallowed whole by the darkness, as if to say our time together never actually existed. We saw it, though. Together, we watched the light crack open the darkness. I'm begging you, please remember to please find yourself. Please, Giselle. Don't let the things you felt, the warmth that fell over us, remain lost to you. I might have seen it. Seen that most beautiful light. Giselle. But are those truly my memories? Could they not be someone else's tale, like all the others we have seen so far? She was so bright and energetic, and I am neither of those. Besides, the maid needs not a tale of her own. This is not a story. These are memories. Mine and your memories. No one else's. It was all very much real. You as were the kinder, happier days that came next. Kinder, happier days. Those words create a strange warmness within my chest, but at the same time, they make me indescribably anxious. Is there really happiness to be found down that road? Even if our past doesn't lead to happiness, it couldn't be worse than where we are now. Come, Giselle, to the spring that made us more than just strangers.
Okay, so maybe the glass was good.
Maybe he was just like, I am still nervous and also apologetic. Here is some wine. Here is some warm drink for you. Master, come on, get up. Up with you. Master! Shy fella, yeah. What? See? What did I tell you? It's so much nicer in here with a little light. Morning? Wait a sec. Don't you hide under your bedspread. Get out of there. I'm fine with my room staying dark. What's she even doing in here? Oh, but Master, you agreed that I could open the windows. I did. Yes. Don't worry, I've put curtains up. If it gets too bright, you can draw them. Mornings take the best parts of being outside and squeeze them all into the same few hours. You don't have to go outside in the sunlight for it either. Just listen to all the wonderful sounds. The joyous songs of the birds, the swaying of the trees, the rustling of leaves. Am I being as pushy as I feel right now? Kind of. But you wouldn't be you if you weren't. So for now, I won't get on you about it. Also, now that I know your real intentions, no, never mind. I completely misjudged you. You're the exact opposite of what I thought you were. What did you think of me? Let's see. I thought you were cold and cruel, heartless and incomprehensible. But I'm beginning to get a better idea. You try to put on airs, but you're really rather childish. You have a short temper, but can be surprisingly playful. What else? You have a pretty decent personality, too. There's not a single good trait on that list. Now, hear me out here. That's not everything. You gave me a chance to talk, and you listened intently. You can be kind of nice, too. We agreed that we would live together, not just in the same house, so we've got plenty of time to add more to the list. And I hope you can make your own list about me, too. This is just the beginning, after all. We've got a long, long time ahead of us. Plenty enough to get to know each other, no? Let's not waste any time then. What do we say to do something today that we haven't been able to do before? Where should we begin? Oh, I know! We can get this place cleaned up. You want to clean? Now that there's some actual light in here, we can see all sorts of things we'd probably rather not. Like dust. All over the place. My vision was still slightly unfocused, having not completely escaped from Morpheus's embrace, but I could see well enough to catch her smiling brightly. That was the first time I'd gotten a good look at her in the light. I could see facial features I had missed during yesterday's commotion, and those glittering eyes. Not even a trace of tribulation she had endured tainted her pure jade eyes. She's surprisingly good looking. And I am clearly not myself right now. Is something the matter, Master? I know, you're still half asleep, aren't you? I guess I'm just going to have to throw my best bucket of water on you. What is a best bucket of water? I'm awake. Is there something on my face then? It is far too amusing a sight to wake up to. Amusing? Oh, just get out of bed already. What a noisy morning. So cute. So cute and sweet. They're gonna rip this away from our fingers. I got my first decent look at Michel's face under the light that morning, watching him stifle a yawn as he crawled out of bed. All the little details. No, you made me yawn! I'm kind of winking. I've got like a side mouth thing going on. All the little details I hadn't been able to pick up in the darkness. His expressions, mannerisms, the way he looked at me. I could see facial features I had missed during yesterday's commotion, and those vivid, all-consuming red eyes. I was almost certainly, making a really silly face at him. Is it just me? Or is he very pretty? How could I have not noticed until now? Oh, geez, wow, I can't look him in the eyes. Yes? What can I do for you? Is there something on my face? What? No, Huh? Hair monster! Excuse me? No, your hair, it's really long. Yes, that's it. Way too long. Is that any way for a servant to speak to her master? I'm just kidding. I don't have any interest in holding your status against you anymore. I see. It's really hard to tell if he's joking or not. So, about that cleaning, may I wash my face first? What? You're going to help? As I just said, I'm not going to act like I'm superior to you anymore. What are you snickering about? I can't help it. I'm happy. If my hair really does bother you, I can cut it. Huh? I can cut it? Or you can cut it. Okay, yeah. I can cut it? Of course. I'll give you the best haircut you've ever had. Oh, but I should warn you, I want you to stay perfectly still. I'm a monster with a pair of scissors. My sister always said that we were as likely to lose an ear as you were your hair whenever I cut it. You stay away from me. Right, they're friends. They're friends. Love is blossoming. I was shocked at how much more comfortable I felt around her only one day following our opening up to each other. Maybe this was normal, and I had simply never felt it before. What in the informational nature videos that you would see at school? Hello? I didn't know. I'd thought it would take years of work to get close to someone to be able to have a conversation without picking apart every detail. But here I was, a day later, already there. Was that not how it worked? Did people normally get close and draw apart so freely? I'm like really trying to get the vibe of what this song is trying to give. It's... I guess it's... If the feeling is unsure, then they are getting it. Maybe the owner of the mansion was the friends we made along the way. The real witch of the mansion was just the friendship of trying to blossom. Did people normally get close and draw apart so easily? I didn't find it unpleasant to have someone else around. It was a strange feeling. All that friction had dissipated in an instant. It was like we had known each other for years. Though not entirely willingly, we began sharing meals, something I had always done by myself. Hey, I see you shoving aside that parsnip. You need to eat everything. Do you have any idea why there was so much rotting parsnip in the cellar? I don't care for it. You can at least pretend to be ashamed. Yeesh, you're not a kid, so don't be so picky. It's not good for you. Hasn't caused any problems thus far. It will soon enough. I can't believe you. We have unlimited supplies, and you won't eat your vegetables? Oh, question. I've got an idea. Go on. Is the list of supplies sent by your family set in stone? Meaning? I was just wondering if it was possible to make requests. If I could, I would just go out on a shopping trip. Perish the thought. The only village around here is the one you came from. Right. Say, are you saying that out of concern for who would ever be concerned about you? I just want to be able to sleep well at night. And I'm not interested in throwing more servants to the lions. You know, you're a whole lot simpler of a person than I first thought. What's that supposed to mean? Oh, nothing. Back to your question about the delivery. Yes, you can. I haven't made any requests recently, but you can write what you want on the sheet of parchment, or if we don't have anything, something similar, put it in the box and leave it outside. As long as your request is not completely unreasonable, it should arrive with the next package. If you don't like parsnips so much... What? Why? Are you still receiving them? I don't know, actually. He always shared food by himself, right? He just made 2 plates and then just kept switching seats. And was just like, here you go. Oh yes, you're such lovely company. I know, aren't I? We get so long together. I know, don't we? Ah, this is such fun. Why? Is there something you need? Yeah, I was hoping to increase our selection of vegetables, and while I'm at it, if possible... Actually, that's a secret. A secret? It's nothing too exciting. I'll tell you when the time is right. Just, I am incredibly lonely.
But now he's not. They're all together. They're having a great time.
Great time. My relationship with Michel gradually transitioned from master and servant to something closer to friends. He was still my master, but he allowed me almost complete freedom. And he didn't order me around either. He even gave me a hand with my work, though he was still not very talkative and oftentimes hard to read. I just thought of Spampton, oh no. It's fine, we gave him that succubus wife, girlfriend, I don't know. He at least seemed to be making an effort to close the gap. He would on occasion tell me about himself, though not in much detail, and any time his family came up, he grimaced uncomfortably. Apparently his father had wanted him dead. His brothers, though, had worked to create a scenario in which he could live, faking his death and sending him to this remote mansion. I'd never encountered Michel's brothers while at the family estate, but assuming he was right and it was one of them who had given me that letter, they were likely our only allies at that house. I don't know what he's thinking. It's been 10 years, Michel had muttered. To which I had replied, have faith. It was better to believe in something, even if it felt silly and unreasonable, than to lose faith in everything. My being able to find renewed belief in the kindness of people was what had allowed me to start smiling again after all. Because I was able to have that faith, I was able to enjoy life once more. It wasn't an exciting or thrilling life. It was a humble, simple one with just the two of us. But I wouldn't trade that light for anything. Some people might think it dull or dreary, but it was ours. Master, I really truly appreciate that you want to help with the cooking. I do, honestly, but can we please have something other than mac and cheese and dino nuggies, Michelle? This is apocalyptic. This is mutinous. This is an affront to gastronomy. This is unearthly and disgusting. Get me better ingredients. What? I am not a bad cook. These are simply bad ingredients. If they were better, they would taste just fine boiled. And it's not as bad as you claim. Besides, you make a mockery of the culinary arts. I've been eating this for years. I don't see a problem. I've had quite enough, Master. It sounds like I'm going to need to put your taste buds through some intense rehabilitation. I have to teach him what real food tastes like. Otherwise, he won't be able to appreciate it if I make him something really good. This defies all that is pre-shrunken cottony. Oh gosh. You can't just live on Taco Bell, Master. You gotta stop, put down that crunch wrap. Hold the chair steady for me, will you? I'm going to wipe down the top shelf. I can handle it. I'm tall enough to reach without standing on a chair. It's not as simple as just running a rag over it. I've got practice, so let me take care of it, all right? There's a lot more dust than I expected. I probably should have used something to cover my mouth. You're going to want to hold your breath for this, Master. All right, here goes. She's quite practiced. Is there any need for me to be holding the chair? Achoo! Whoa! Hold the chair! Ow! I'm so sorry. I didn't think there would be that much dust. Thank you for holding the... Master? Your hand is, what? Your hand is, it's on my chest. How did that happen? It was an accident. Right, it was. It's fine, really. It was my fault anyway. It's completely, totally fine. I can't even look her in the eyes. Could this be any more painfully awkward? So, don't worry about it, Master. Honestly, I should be apologizing for subjecting you to that. Anime moment. Bro's worse than spit. My goodness. That's easier said than done. I have to do something about this stifling awkwardness. For one, it was only for a moment. I barely even realized what it was. But that's not the issue. I need some clever way to brush all this aside. Something witty that tells her I'm not bothered at all. A lot of these scans have been very normal today. Let me see, can I? Oh, if we make the glasses like really tiny, then they're like reading glasses. Something witty that tells her I'm not bothered at all. I'm not concerned. In fact, I see no reason to be concerned at all. That you kind of needed to phase that a little bit differently. Dropping a bear on me? I see out. I did not think fast. It felt like I was squeezing an obese rat. How is a frost drago buzz? Goodness. What chapter of boss would I be? Right, wording, man, wording! Yeah, he did not think, or fast. I mean, he was fast, but he did not think. I hardly even perceived it as a breast. She's just like, huh? Oh. Heat action, trip followed by flopping the tail on them. Oh yeah, that would absolutely be it. Just I try to do something and then like I trip so hard and I just knock like 3 enemies into each other.
An obese rat. An obese rat.
What?
How utterly insensitive can you be? I'm gonna rip every last hair off your head. God, I'll leave my hair out of this.
Obese rat stream.
Rats, we are the rats.
Say, Master, what did you do all this time all by yourself? That's an exceedingly vague question. Say when you were really, really incredibly bored out of your mind, what did you do to keep yourself occupied?
Meditate.
Just how many times have you reached enlightenment? I sometimes played chess too.
Chess.
Wait, by yourself? Yes. Imagine how an opponent might react to my moves and play the other side that way. Zeph's ground heat action would just be tail wagging. That was just thumping the tail against the poor. Oh gosh. Rats, I heard they're in a rubber room. Oh no. Yeah, I can imagine that most of my heat actions would involve my tail. I wonder, what if there was a heat action where I just grabbed my tail and spun around? Like how heckin', I think Kiryu usually like would grab a guy and spin him around and knock around people around him, but like it would just be me grabbing my tail and be like,
That's kind of depressing to think about. How about this, Master? Play a game against me.
Do you know the rules?
You bet I do. I do come from a family of merchants, so I keep up with trends and know a lot of games, or a lot of that sort of game. I don't know.
I'm not going back to see what it was to fix it. Oh.
Prepare to meet your maker.
Tail is heavy and a blunt weapon, absolutely. Your style would be like a variant of breaker, spinning just using your tail instead of kicks, yeah. Activate swing form T. My goodness. So, who was I supposed to prepare to meet again?
Come on, have a little mercy. You trounced me. One more time.
I just wasn't at the top of my game. When am I going to meet this maker?
What? How? When did you put me in checkmate? One more. Hold on, that's not fair. Take it back. Oh, my king. Please stop.
Amateur.
Can't you go just a little bit easy?
You never asked me to go easy.
This isn't a game. This is slaughter. This is one-sided massacre.
How about this maker? Or about this maker?
I'm looking right at him.
That was actually kind of fun.
No, it wasn't. It was miserable. Next time, we're playing something fair.
Such as?
Let's see. Oh, I know. Arm wrestling.
Huh? Arm wrestling?
Yeah, you sit across from each other, put your elbow on the table, grab hands, and so you can pin the other down.
Who would ever willingly participate in such a primitive competition?
Not interested then? Or are you afraid you might lose?
All right then.
Those same old kids. Right, checkers. Checkers is fun.
But I mean, if he's beating her in chess, then she was probably losing in checkers too.
All right then.
I can't imagine losing to a woman.
Okay, elbow on the table. Start on my count. Ready, go! Victory!
She's so strong. She's so strong.
Yeah, it was a little sexist. Like with those events in this game, it's just like, okay, it's like in the super past. So it's, I don't know, we've seen it worse in the other chapters. I can't imagine losing to a woman in a strength thing when I've just been in my house just basically existing for 10 years. I'm totally super strong, having done nothing but playing chess and meditating for 10 whole years. Oh. I don't know if this music is supposed to be sad or if it's gonna be really sweet. It makes me think it's gonna be sweet, but I don't know. Basement gremlin loosens, 2 women confirmed, yes. With each passing day. Wait. Okay, I was gonna be like, wait, I'm in danger, and it's like, wait, I've never been in a basement. I would probably still lose, though. With each passing day, it grew less and less unusual having Giselle always at my side. I began more freely engaging in silliness, speaking my mind, and showing emotion. I could say her name and Giselle would turn around and smile at me, an unimaginable sight not long ago. For 10 years I had lived alone. Solitude had been my normal. But that was very rapidly changing at her hands. We were continuously getting closer, yes, but not in a romantic sense. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Right, and then she died. She's probably gonna die, but I don't know. I don't know when or how. Because I don't imagine the villagers are gonna actually come back, but I don't know. If I had to describe it, I would say good friends was probably the most apt. Time continued to press on, our relationship remaining relatively stable. Eventually, summer came, bringing with it the longest periods of sunlight I had experienced in many years. Then the leaves began falling from the trees, and before long, the world grew cold and dreary. That winter, the fireplace was never without a crackling blaze in its belly. The boiled wine we drank was undoubtedly middling and cheap. But she said with a smile, "I've never had wine this good before." And though I didn't say anything, I felt the same way. The sun set much earlier, and having stopped using candles, we found ourselves habitually gathering around the fireplace when it grew dark.
Aw, look at that. They're reading together.
Reading a story by the fireplace like this almost makes it feel like we're in another world, doesn't it, Master? I bet that's why troubadours perform at pubs, so they can be near the fire. Or because there's ale. Drunkenness makes even bad singing and storytelling pleasant to the ears.
Oh, you're such a cynic. But that's okay. Say.
Yes?
Do you remember when I first arrived here? When I was cleaning the library?
Please don't tell me you're bringing the obese rat incident back up. No, not that. Before that. Before we could actually talk to each other. I believe I suggested we read something together if you ever felt the inclination. You might have. I can't say I remember. Are you sure about that? You turned down my proposal saying I was wasting my time. But look, it actually happened. Even if you don't remember, I'm sure you never thought this moment would come. I was, for the most part, focused on making sure things didn't get any worse between us. But to be honest, I didn't expect there would ever actually come a time we would sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book. You never know how things might pan out. I actually do remember. I remember how I tried to push her away, how much I mistrusted her. I was nothing but hostile towards her. People change, and perhaps, if they can, so can the future. Maybe I can hope that, like our friendship, there's a chance the future might take a turn for the better. Huh? Is something the matter? I don't much care for hypotheticals, but if if by some chance I were someday to be able to return to that house, should that time come, that house is home to her nightmares. Even if it didn't happen until after my father was gone, it wouldn't erase what he had done to her there. She acts like nothing's wrong, though. I don't know. Have her wounds healed, or will they still remain?
Should that time come?
Should that time come, if that day comes, I will do what I can to ensure you have a comfortable life in the city. Though I will not be able to inherit the estate, I can work something else. Or I can work something out.
I see. Thank you very much.
But if you would be comfortable doing so, I would be pleased if you were to join me. I mean, as a servant.
As a servant?
Yes, a servant. We're, short on hands.
I see. A servant.
Do I really need to repeat myself? Yes, a servant.
All right, sure. I think I will. I would like to accompany you, Master.
How exciting! I'm sure a wonderful future awaits us. I pray so.
Now, back to the story. I believe we had gotten to the point where the knights set out to defeat the monster and save the princess. I bet he was a big, buff, muscular knight.
Let's not talk about how muscular he was.
I feel like that's a death flag.
She let out a gentle laugh, and I thought I smelled something sweet on her breath. Was it her scent, or perhaps just my imagination? I had no way of knowing. We sat so close, even the slightest shift seemed sufficient to allow me to hear the sound of her heartbeat, causing mine to accelerate. Curiosities flooded my mind. What might she have been thinking right now? What does she think about me? And as much as I tried to banish them, I frustratingly failed. Death flags? Impossible. No such thing as a death flag in this game. I was getting caught up in the moment. I had just barely lost my way, though I tried to convince myself otherwise. It was all in vain. When had my pulse gotten so rapid? When had my skin gotten so flushed? When, how, why was this thing happening to me? I thought I had already learned my lesson about having feelings for someone else. I'm worried. Before long, winter retreated and our second spring came to its place. A full year had passed since we had resumed living together, and I don't think it was my imagination that this year felt much warmer than last. Spring seemed to have arrived a bit earlier than in previous years. One night, when the breeze carried on its pleasant residual warmth, Giselle escorted me out to the garden.
Come on, Master, hurry up.
It's the middle of the night. What's so important?
I just found it myself, and I couldn't wait until morning. A rose! It blossomed!
A rose?
Giselle had, over the past year, cleaned up the nest of weeds that had been strangling the garden. Off to the side of a small plot of turned soil, swaying in the wind beneath the moonlight, was a singular red rose.
When did you...
Last year, I requested flower seeds, but I just couldn't get them to grow, and I was starting to think they never would. But look, it's only one, but it did.
I had no idea.
Of course you didn't. I didn't tell you.
Why would you keep it from me?
I wanted to make it a gift for you, Master.
What? Why?
Roses make wonderful gifts, supposedly.
No, that's not what I meant. Why me? I haven't given you anything.
Consider it a symbol of my hope that we'll still be this close another year from now. If we are, then this is yours.
This is yours. I don't follow her reasoning. I don't follow it at all, but the sight of the deep red rose almost melting into the dark night was perhaps the most wondrous thing I had ever seen in my life. I had never understood why some people found flowers so enchanting. They were always just plants to me. But that one, on that night, was undeniably beautiful, majestic. And like a young child seeing a flower for the first time, my hand automatically reached out for it. Not knowing the proper way to appreciate flowers, I didn't gently caress its petals or take in its fragrance, but snapped its stem.
Oh, you picked it? Are you going to bring it back to your room?
When I finally processed her question, that was when I realized I probably should have left it to grow in the garden. From the base of its stem, where I had plucked it, a droplet succumbed to gravity and fell to the earth. With it came the delayed realization that I had ended the plant's life. But it was overpowered by childish possessiveness. This stunning flower was mine. Moonlight trickled down from the heavens, giving a gentle bluish tint to my hands and a smile on her face.
You're going to need a vase then. Just give me a minute.
For the briefest moment, the moonlight must have played a trick on my mind.
Hmm? Huh? Master?
What on earth am I doing? A look of bewilderment filled Giselle's face, just inches from mine, which hammered in the reality of what I had just done. The thought that had crossed my mind that perhaps her black hair might prove a good backdrop for the rose, but it was supposed to remain a simple fancy.
What was that about?
An excuse. I need a good excuse. A drawing.
A drawing?
Right. I would like to preserve it on canvas.
What? What?
I mean, that a rose on its own does not make a very compelling picture, so I would like to include you as an accessory.
Oh wait, you want to draw me too?
Merely as a background element. You're slightly more interesting than a vase. That's all.
I've never seen you draw anything before.
I just never got the urge.
You know how?
Many years ago, my brother taught me.
I don't think I can handle being a model. I've never had a drawing done of me before.
You would probably be better off with just the rose. You gave it to me, didn't you? That means I am free to do with it as I please.
I did.
I didn't mean to sound so rude. I had no real intention of drawing the rose, but I couldn't just take it back either. When you put a flower in a vase, you put it on life support? Yeah, pretty much. Giselle had shrunk back quite visibly, and I couldn't bring myself to look her in the eyes, so I fled to the cellar in search of supplies to escape the oppressive awkwardness. At the far wall, I found a rectangular panel of wood and several sticks of charcoal. My materials were obviously nothing compared to what a court artist might use, but I was clearly not going to be able to do a portrait any kind of justice. God, what am I doing? I want to bury my head in the sand. Giselle was waiting for me in the stained glass chamber. It seemed she was still as uncomfortable as when I had left her. She gave me a fleeting glance before averting her gaze again. If only she would laugh and make a scene like usual, it would make things so much easier. Why did she have to choose now to start acting meek? Why did she have to be in love with me? Jeez.
What should I be doing?
Stay perfectly still, please.
Do you need me to pose or anything?
No, just get comfortable. Look away.
Why?
It's hard to work when you're watching me. What?
I feel like I have to sneeze.
Hold it in, please. What now?
Can I see it?
I've barely drawn anything yet. As long as our eyes didn't meet, I was able to observe her, and my gaze was quite clearly not focused on the rose, but Giselle. At first, I had regretted my in-the-moment proposition, but I was beginning to think that it hadn't been such a bad idea. Without some sort of pretext, I would never have been able to examine her so intently. I didn't have that kind of courage. This isn't like me. But what was like me? Did I prefer being a sharp-tongued, unapproachable recluse? Was that what I wanted to strive for? Giselle was like a gale. Her mere presence dispersed the gloomy cloud that always hovered around me. Thinking about it, it's practically a miracle that we ever ended up so comfortable around each other. That she's still here right now. Light from the moon spilled through the stained glass window, taking on a multitude of pale tones before falling on her white skin and jade eyes. I had stopped sketching at some point. When you're drawing someone, you just get lost in how pretty they are. What in the world was going on? One of my roses had finally bloomed, which I thought would put a smile on Michel's face, but rather than improve his mood, it had made him go all strange. Just, why is he doing this? Why are he painting me? He's never painted. I made him say he wanted to draw something. I had never seen Michel draw anything before. I can't sit still. I tried to sneak peeks of him every once in a while, but anytime our eyes met, he gave me a stern look that way stare. So I ended up spending a whole lot of time looking at the archangel in the stained glass window. What could he be thinking? Could this be thanks for the rose? I'm pretty sure he's not the type who would consider a drawing an expression of gratitude, though. If I'm wrong about that, it'll turn my whole world upside down. Maybe he wanted to draw me? No, not possible. That would turn the whole world upside down even faster. He couldn't. We're close, to be sure, but we're not that kind of close. That makes it sound like Michel's attracted to me. And there's no way. There's absolutely no way. He compares me to an obese rat and calls me an amateur at chess, laughing while he crushes me. So that's not what this is. Is it?
Huh? Yes?
If it's not too much trouble, you're free to leave. This will take a very long time to complete.
Oh, no trouble.
You had a very stern look on your face is all.
I was doing that bad a job of hiding it?
I don't want to force you to do anything you don't want. It was foolish of me to ask of you. I'm sorry.
Honestly, it's no trouble. I mean it. You just took me by surprise, that's all.
I'm not even that great of an artist to begin with. It's not a talent I'm blessed with. If I'm being honest with myself, I can't imagine anyone would be pleased to have bad art drawn of them.
What? What's he getting so negative about?
I wasn't the only one making a face. His head was turned slightly downward, a forlorn shimmer in his eyes. I'd never seen him make that face before. He resembled a child who had just been scorned by his mother. I wasn't at all angry or displeased with him. I was just fine, honestly. I had to get that through to him. I am pleased. It doesn't matter how it turns out. You drew it for me, Master. Whether it's good or bad is irrelevant. But the moonlight shining through the stained glass was so enchanting. I lost myself in it. I would be happy with anything drawn for me by the man I love. They confess their feelings. Oh no, things are gonna go bad for me. I don't know. Maybe things will be fine. I'm pretty sure something bad's gonna happen eventually, but maybe it's gonna be longer away. I don't know. For an instant, time froze. By the time I realized what I had said, my mind had gone blank, and I couldn't form a coherent thought. I mean, like family. You're like an older brother to me. I meant love, like love for a brother. Hey, say something, master. Give me your usual exasperated sigh. Come on now. Go on, give me your best good grief and then hurl me out the window. Oh, come on, please. Show me some disappointment. Master? When the wood panel he was using as a canvas and the charcoal in his hand crashed to the hard chapel floor, the clattering was so loud I jumped. I didn't have the presence of mind to wonder why he had knocked over the canvas, or why his hand appeared to be shaking. Let me help you with that. I stepped towards him. And when I did, the moonlight shining down upon us intensified. In our gazes, of jade and ruby, intertwined. Oh, that was so pretty with the UI. With it like switching between them and then combining them. Oh. There was a visible rosiness in his eternally pale cheeks. Master? Flickers of panic darted between the surface of his normally stony red eyes. They were trembling as he looked over at me. I was at a loss for words. He must have been under the moon's spell. We weren't thinking. We stood there in a frozen world, robbed of all rational thought. Riding the moonlight's current, his hand fell against my cheek. It was much colder than I had expected. Man, both of these two have cold hands. But it felt pleasant on my flushed skin. As we drew closer, I could feel the warmth emanating from his body, and I'm sure he could feel mine. The beating of my heart, too. His breathing stopped for a moment, then he gulped. He brought his head in. I closed my eyes and... No, baby. Ah! And I shoved him away with all my strength. Michel rolled back, knocking his head on the side of a pew and began groaning in pain, which is when I finally realized what I had done. What have you done, Giselle? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to. Are you hurt? I'm fine. Sorry, you startled me. I really, truly didn't mean to knock you down. You should go back to your room. I'm sorry for all the trouble I've caused you tonight. What? Get some rest. Good night. He turned away, marching off into the corridor enshrouded in darkness. There was a heavy air of loneliness hanging over him, which gave rise to the phantom images of him actually disappearing into the darkness. I had caused that, but I hadn't realized it until it was too late. It felt like someone was sitting on my chest. Why would I ever do that to him? Of course I'm gonna hurt him reacting like that. Maybe I was hoping he would say it was one of his jokes. Do I want it to be a joke? I had that option. I could pretend nothing ever happened and tomorrow go back to the way things were before. But if I did that, there would almost certainly never be a second chance. You were okay with it. You wanted it, Giselle. Quit lying to yourself. You're the one who said you loved him. And that was no mistake. You wouldn't sit shoulder to shoulder and read a book with someone you didn't care for. You wouldn't enjoy eating supper with someone you didn't like. You wouldn't be able to live happily with someone you didn't love. You have to go after him. Find him and tell him the truth. Do it, please. You fixed the thing before by talking it out. Talk it out right now. What am I doing, for God's sake? I'm not in my right mind. Something about me was off today. I couldn't control myself. I was saying things I didn't mean, doing things I didn't intend to. I had never meant to do that, but at this point I had no choice but to admit my feelings. I couldn't pretend I didn't know what they were anymore. Pardon me. How long had I felt this way? A week? A month? 6 months? Or maybe a full year? Had they already developed when we started anew? No, the when didn't matter. It didn't change the facts. I was still attracted to her, regardless of when it had begun. But she pushed me away, quite literally. I sighed at myself. Why should I be disappointed? She was nothing like me. I was reclusive and unsociable. She was the exact opposite. She was the kind of person who would confidently tell someone how she felt. And she had done exactly that. Said I was like a brother. But I hadn't listened. As a matter of fact, could I have been any more presumptuous? I don't deserve to love anyone. It's better this way. Master! What? I told you to go back to your room. Master, I need you to listen to me, okay? What? About what just happened. That doesn't count. You can't count on it, or you can't count any of that. Huh? What that I said I loved you and that I shoved you, they don't count. Right. I was planning to forget that anyway. So, don't worry. No, that's not what I mean. What I'm saying is that it's not something I should have said on a whim just because the moonlight was kind of pretty tonight. It wasn't supposed to be so casual. The way I said it doesn't get across at all how much I really care about you. It should have been something with more impact, rather. Me looking at you straight into your eyes, my heart jumping around like it's on fire. That's how I should have said it. What are you... I'm saying, I want you to give me one more chance to do it right. Giselle. Calm yourself. I am calm. No sense of the word are you calm. Fine then. I'm not calm, but I am clear-headed. I mean every last word. Listen. Listen very carefully. I love you. I love you so much I feel like my heart is going to explode. What? Huh? You mean like family? Like a brother, right? Romantic love! Romantic! What? I wasn't upset back there. No, I was elated. What? My mind couldn't keep up with what it was hearing. Halfway out of breath where she stood, Giselle was frantically insisting that she loved me. Was I dreaming? Master? How do you... I would like to hear how you feel about me. Assuming I interpreted that correctly, you were going in for a kiss back there, right? Right? So I can take that as your answer? Giselle looked up at me with bleary eyes. She had feelings for me. It was a miracle. I could hardly breathe. It felt like someone had stuck their hand in my chest and was squeezing my heart. I just had to say yes, and a smile would spread across her face. I could bring her joy, and all it would take was a single word. I had no reason to say no. My happiness was standing right there in front of me. Squeeze my obese red. No! Oh gosh, that's gonna be the theme of this one, isn't it? My happiness was standing right there in front of me. What more could I ask for? All I had to do was reach out and claim it for myself. I had tried to do exactly that in the chapel, and I could do it again. I loved her. I was a twisted man, cast out of the world and left with nothing. I had no way to make her happy, but still, Don't tell me you've forgotten what you are. Tell me! There's no moonlight to give me that nudge. Do not feel that way about you. No! Michel! Michel! I'm sure it's a thing of like I don't feel that way. I feel stronger or something cheesy like that. But like, eh. Fingers in a beast rat. This game has it all, right? I got confused for a moment. Oh no. No, Michelle. Da-da-da-da. Oh, look at my hand. Just longer fingies. I apologize for the misunderstanding that seems to have caused. All the color drained from her, like a flower wilting before my eyes. A heavy sigh spilled from her lips. That was the most miserable da-da-da-da. It was. Her jade eyes swayed lifelessly back and forth. I hadn't thought mere love could possibly have such weight, but she looked as though I had just told her she was to be executed. I see. I'm sorry. I let it get to my head. Uh, sorry for making such a racket. Really, God, what was I thinking? I got way ahead of myself there. Her faux energy hurt to watch. I had hurt her, and this was the result. You wanted to protect yourself, even if it meant hurting her. But look where that got you. You would have been better off just going with it. Because when she learned the truth, she would have pushed you away anyway. No. Man. I'm sorry. I'll be going now. Sorry for barging in on you like that. My goodness. Man. You ever get like the waves of silence, or not silence, the waves of like sadness through your limbs? That's what I'm feeling right now. She made her way into the shadows towards the door. There, you did it. You preserved your peace. I got the feeling she would never never again turn back. Your mistake was ever getting close to anyone. What I had always wanted was right there in front of me, and I was so close to obtaining it. And you pushed her away. I actually did love her. She would never love the real you. No, she couldn't. You're disgusting. I can't believe you actually had the gall to fall for me. Good night, Master. She was leaving. I wanted her here, and she was leaving. I simply had to acknowledge my feelings, and she would come back. Was I really content to let her go? In my weakness, I mistreated her. I hurt her. I let her go, and I was about to lose her, even though she said she loved me, and I felt the same way. Wait, please don't go. Your voice is shaking like a scared child's. What are you hoping to tell her like that? She was different. She was she absolutely was nothing like anyone in my past. She won't be any different. I decided I would try just one more time. To believe in myself and to believe in someone else. I lied. Giselle, from the bottom of my heart, You'll regret this. No, I won't. I sincerely love you. The fragrance of rose enveloped me. Her arms wrapped around my chest, were both imbued with strength and shaking like mad, as though the slightest touch might shatter them. Oh, baby! Why didn't you just say that in the first place? She said in a quavering, sniveling voice just inches from my ear. I lacked sufficient control over my mind or body to return her embrace, to run my hands through her hair, or to do anything more than support her weight. I'm sorry. Jerk. Bully. Brute. You don't get to play this one off as a joke. I am truly, sincerely sorry. You've given me two different stories. Tell me which one's the truth. Were you just confused, or do you actually love me? I want to hear you say it again. The truth is, I love you. Again. I love you. Without fumbling this time. I love you. As I've said several times now. Not good enough. Again. Have mercy, please. I'm about to die of humiliation. Man, I'm just appreciating the detail in the piece. Because I feel like most visual novels wouldn't draw, the snot coming out from crying. Can I really believe you this time? You're not gonna say you were lying again? No, I won't. Then we both feel the same way about each other? Shockingly enough. What's there to be shocked about? I didn't think there was anything likable about me. You really have to do something about that pessimism. I'll try. I'm in heaven. I was so happy I could cry. You are. All over me. Oh, thank goodness. Thank goodness. When you first said no, everything went black. I wasn't sure what I would do anymore. I had lost all hope. I really do feel bad about that. But you had a change of heart. And now you're willing to have me. Yes. And everything I bring with me. That was the idea. Absolutely everything, right? You're pushing that part rather hard. I have a request. It's something I don't think I could ask of you at any time but now. While we're in the moment, I will do anything, so long as it's within my ability. Tell me, what is it?
Will you look at my naked body?
What? More specifically, my scars. You are going to have to see them eventually. In which case, I would like that to be now. Please don't have a CG of it, unless it's super zoomed in, but still. A year ago, I had refused to look at her scars. I had been certain I wouldn't be able to accept what they represented, the abuse my father had subjected her to. If possible, I would have preferred never having to face that. But I, more than anyone, needed to know. It was my responsibility. I had to accept reality, not grimace or avert my eyes. I am gonna avert our eyes if you're gonna show it to us. Let me make sure. Okay, if it does happen, I can block it enough. Zoned out and came back to that, right? I don't think they would show us it. I hope. I'm gonna block it as fast as I can if I see it going that direction. I had to phase up to what had been done to her. Okay. I'm gonna preemptively... Okay. I couldn't bring myself to look at her as she hesitatingly disrobed. The sound of her clothes rustling made me feel as though I was doing something incredibly improper. As much as I tried to remain calm, it was so tense my joints were practically creaking and my heart felt like it was being stepped on. I will say, it shouldn't show us because it was not included in the trigger warnings or content warnings as far as I saw. They did not list nudity. Hopefully there's nothing I have to block. I feel like I'm made of stone. I'm ready. You can turn around. All right. I'll count to 10. She's laughing at me. I feel a whole lot better seeing you so nervous. I'm turning around. Okay. So it's... Nothing bad is showing. She is naked. what would be a good way of having this covered? Cause like it's not showing anything lewd, but they're little glasses, yes. Give me a second to align this. Ooh, there's something, it's like lewd adjacent, but I'm still gonna cover it. Cause it's not like, nothing's actually showing, but I still want to cover it. So give me a moment. Give me a moment to I think this much. Okay. I think that's okay. Again, nothing is being shown. I'm just covering my bases. The moment that thing moves, Stru's career is over. Like I said, nothing actually is bad. I'm just covering the cleavage. I'm just covering the cleavage. This is a very intense moment, but I also like don't want it to show anything bad. Like I said, they're not there, but denied obese rats, yes. Because the focus is not on the boobs. The focus is her trauma. You're not allowed to look at her cleavage. Now the focus is on the boobs. No, because the band-aid's in the way. Her head was tilted down enough tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expression, but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. Wait, the setup might not actually be the best, and I won't say why. Give me a second. Oh gosh. Give me a second. Because I should actually have this be in my OBS scene and not just actually in my heckin' thing. Oh gosh, give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Give me a second. Let me put it like this. Oh wait, how do I rotate things in OBS? No. Is there not, like, I can't just turn it, like, 45 degrees? Can I not just rotate it like that? Oh gosh, okay. No wait, I can. Wow. There we go, okay. This way if I explode, it'll still be covering them. It'll still be covering them if I explode. I didn't even think about that until it's like, wait a second. Wait a second. Okay. Some people are into band-aids over the butt. Well, that's usually like over specific parts of them. That's usually over specific parts of them. This is the entirety of it. Her head was tilted down just enough to keep me from making out her expression, but she couldn't hide the pink flush spreading across her cheeks. It contrasted well against her white, but not excessively pale skin, as did her jet black hair. Sorry, it's not anything nicer to look at. In what way was this not a pleasant sight? I'd never been more entranced by anything in my entire life. She was stunning. Sounds like an untapped niche. Nurse Dr. OC with a big band-aid over. My goodness. I mean, that's why there's like the wrapped bandages that were like a huge thing back in the day, right? Looks at heckin' Angels of Death, Zach. She was stunning. I had no measure of comparison, but I was certain the same sight of any other woman in the world would not have had the same effect on me. I could say as much with confidence despite having never seen another woman naked. Hypnotized, I couldn't take my eyes off the gentle curves of her body. Please stop describing in such detail what you're saying, Michelle. Were I more socially inclined, perhaps I could have told her she was pretty, which perhaps would have brought a sheepish smile to her face. And though I wanted to, my throat was dry as dust, and all I could manage to produce were incoherent rasps. Please say something. I'm hideous, aren't I? I'm unclean. You're not hideous. You mean it? Till you enter his magical realm. Oh gosh. I mean it. Why would you think so? Because you're not unclean. Not in the slightest. You mean it? I do. Even seeing this? Giselle's eyes slid downward, a trace of fear lurking just beneath the surface. Following her lead, I dropped my gaze to her lower body. Don't change the view, please. Uncensored clavicles, scandalous. I mean, clavicles are fine. And there, I saw her scars. Swollen red and black gashes, still not healed after more than a year, defiled her white flesh. As she had described for me, the lines were arranged to form letters carved into her skin. Ah, so that's why she said I would have to have seen them eventually. My instincts told me that these were wounds she would carry for the rest of her life. I felt nauseous, heartbroken, infuriated at the fact that the person who had done this was out of my reach, at the fact that I could do nothing for her. What went through my father's mind when he looked at these? What did he gain from giving her these wounds? Why did he have to do this to her? Why my father of all people? Giselle is the one with these scars. Giselle was the one in pain, but I felt like someone had shoved a handful of needles into my chest. Dozens of thick metal stakes piercing the walls of my heart, blood streaming through me like a river. If I didn't force myself to face it, I was liable to run. What was the right thing to say? What was I supposed to tell her? As hard as it was, I couldn't come up with an answer. All I came up with was intense frustration. It killed me that I couldn't take these scars from her, that I couldn't give my father a piece of my mind. You are in no way hideous, no matter what marks are left on your body. It took all I had to form a single sentence. Thank goodness. I'm so glad to hear that. When I was down in that village, they said it didn't matter what they did to me because I was already dirty. It made me think I had reached the point where I was so tainted, anyone could see it. I'm sorry. Why should you apologize? You were frowning really intensely. I thought I might have made you mad. No, I'm not angry at you. I'm angry at my father, the villagers, and myself. May I touch them? You may. The scars, not the obese rats. My hands were trembling, but I knew I wouldn't be doing her any favors by hesitating. As soon as my fingertip brushed against her skin, she shuddered. Does it hurt? No. There hasn't been pain in some time. I could feel her trembling when I touched her. It didn't seem like I was going to subside anytime soon. Soon she began whimpering softly. Her lips moved as though she was trying to say something, but the best she managed was a few strained gasps. Tears had begun welling up in her eyes as well. I feel like I'm in heaven right now, but I also kind of hate myself. Hate yourself? Why? Because I can't stop shaking. I'm overjoyed to feel your touch, but I can't control my body. I know you're nothing like that, but I keep seeing flashes of you doing other things in my mind. It kills me that my body won't react the way I feel in my heart. I was foolish to have ever thought these wounds might have healed. Just as scars remained on her body, so too did they remain in her heart. Unlike the physical wounds, though, the ones inside her seemed to still be raw and bleeding. She just did such a good job of acting normal that I had begun to think she might have gotten past them. Of course not, you blind fool. You shoved me back there because it brought back those memories? That's right. I'm sorry. I'm really, truly sorry. Why are you apologizing? I should be the one. Do you have any desire to place a curse on him?
What?
Do you want to curse Antonin? If you so desire, I might be able to make it happen. Cast a curse on him, perhaps even a fatal one. Ignore the fact that he's my father. I don't consider that man family anymore. I want you to be honest with me. If, hypothetically, such a thing were possible, would you want to curse him?
No.
I would not want that. Why not? You have every right to take revenge. For what that man did, he deserves punishment. He inflicted so much pain on you, you're still shaking more than a year later. And you can just let him get away with it out of the goodness of your heart? Hypothetically, if you wanted to curse him, I wouldn't do it even hypothetically. And not out of the goodness of my heart. I'm just a coward. A coward. If curses were real, and he were to die by one, then I would never, ever be able to forget. My mic looks like it's slightly buzzing, but I think it's much quieter than the audio, or from the game audio, so I think we maybe are okay. If my resentment for him took his life, that would mean he had damaged me so permanently I was never able to get past it. I don't want that. I want to be able to forget. I'm still shaking now, but one day I want to be able to proclaim proudly that it no longer has any control over me.
What's the oh sounds?
Is it actually like super noticeable? Does it get worse when I'm talking? Because it's like I'm looking and it's like kind of going in waves. So I'm not sure what it's doing really. Give me a second. Okay, I just kind of pressed it instead of like plugging it in or in back out. So, it said no, oh no to the lore. Yeah.
I want them to be happy.
But I appreciate the sentiment. Setting aside your choice of method. You asked out of concern, and that's more than enough for me. A soft smile spread across her lips, but all it inspired in me was powerlessness. She was putting on an act. Was that sentiment really more than enough? Of course not. Not when she was still trembling so much. But what was I to do? What was I, unable to leave this house and helpless against the will of the Bollingers, to do? I was incapable of assuaging her pain? This is not the first time we've seen this on stream, but assuaging? Assuaging? I don't know how much emphasis to put on the U. Wasn't I? I couldn't do anything. Could I? Unless, before I throw in the towel, I need to take some real time to think. To stop running from the problem. To figure out a real way to give her what she wants. That doesn't involve curses and angry words. There has to be something only I can do. Giselle. Huh? I took the hand that had been tracing her scars and slid it around her waist. Even now, her trembling showed no signs of abating. Okay. Assuaging. Okay. I will never, The one thing I could do, hurt you again, was to wrap her trembling body in my arms. I want you with me. All I ask for you now is to be at my side. You can be scared, and you can quiver, but please, don't apologize for it. Please don't feel bad about it. I promise not to turn my head away from your pain. So I ask of you, try not to keep it buried. I have no power or influence. I don't know all the right things to say. I am a man with nothing to his name. But the one thing I do have is a heartfelt desire to do whatever I can for you. As soon as I tightened my grip around her waist, she lurched forward, throwing her arms around me. Muffled whimpers resonating against my shoulders where she had buried her head. Eventually, they grew into fettered sobs. My bedchamber was enveloped in the sound of weeping. She cried like a little child. The usually strong-willed, cheerful, optimistic Giselle wailed from the depths of her soul. This past year, she had constantly been nudging me forward. It was always her leading the way. There had undoubtedly been months where she had wanted to cry like this, but couldn't. So starting now, I was going to try and support her too. I was sure I would mess something up, as I had little experience being caring. I would probably anger her, probably stress her out, and probably make her cry. But I had found my resolve, and I had overcome my hesitation. I was sure I could do it, that I could create a place where she could find peace. I could surely. Giselle didn't stop crying until the sun had begun peeking up over the horizon. I had, as I said, not looked away, simply holding her in silence. She had a decidedly not childlike frame, but she seemed incredibly small in my arms. We felt each other's warmth through my clothes. Between sniffles, Giselle said softly, "Okay." I was glad that I didn't move the Band-Aid there. One day, I'm certain, I'll be able to, without hesitation, be properly joined with you. It will be wonderful. Right now, I still can't control the shaking, but eventually, I want to be able to put my hands on you too. The affection infused in each and every word was palpable. Some time later, she drifted off to sleep, exhausted. I prayed from the bottom of my heart that, at least tonight, she would have pleasant dreams.
Okay, now we can put away the Band-Aid. Boop. Boop.
Okay. That seems like a good transitional scene. So let us save real quick. I'll just put this here. Bop. And so, yeah, I'm kind of worried that things are gonna maybe start going down, considering that they kind of just, revealed their true love to each other. But, we're not surprised. I look so much more dragony. What the heck? Also, my eyes were kind of going in two different directions. Anyway.
So I'm gonna take a little break, and I suggest some eggies take a break too. It's a good time to get up and stretch. Maybe use the bathroom, get a snack, get some water. At the very least, I would recommend getting up and stretching your leggies. And then we'll be back in 10 minutes, and we will hope for the best for these two. But realistically, it's gonna be a bad time. But we can hope. Anyway.
Wish I'd never showed him this now. The man's barking mad.
Don't lie!
Out of nowhere, my goodness, Lionheart. How are you doing? Thank you again. My goodness. So a choker, yes. It's like rolling a nat 1 on your dex save while trying to take a pee, right? Well, would it be dex or would it be like whiz?
Maybe it'll snow since it's almost December. That'd be fun.
Watch where you're going! That wasn't even a scary noise, it was just a really loud Jesus, young ones these days. As you say, in front of your child. How do you think your baby feels? How do you think your baby feels? Don't judge me. I'm judging your mom in her slidey shoes.
Hello!
I am afraid. I'm very nervous.
Oh, I need to start.
Hear her grinning happily.
Now then, let us be off, Rika. Punishment games are one of our duties as club members.
Setsuko seemed awfully happy, not frustrated in the slightest, like she always was when she lost. Damn, Rika-chan's right after all. Everyone here is a moron. Mion, I'll come clean too. I didn't make my bento today. I was the same, so I'm going with them.
You dare insinuate that I would give in to your whims? First, you have to strip and kiss my toes, and then maybe I will consider saying such vulgar words.
What are these chows? Do I eat them? What is this melody? Initiating self-destruct mode. To doom.
Yeah! Yeah! Yeah!
What? Oh no, he yoinked me. Okay, let's. No! I'm trying to get away! No! I'm running away from this bear. It's like I know when I'm a bad side of town. Her archetype was set up invincibility. The seventh hole. Oh no, the washing machine. That was so fun. It got so sus, but that was so fun. Oh, which means that needs to also flip.
A gay biddy!
But thank you all for joining me. Tomorrow we will be back at noon PST, and we are gonna be playing Higurashi. We're gonna be going through the tips of the last chapter before going on to the new one, where we are going to we're just gonna beat up Sadako. Take her lunch money.
Anyways, all of you guys, bye!
It'll be. Let's see, I have a sad one up here somewhere, right? I think. There we go. We'll do a little sad image because I am broken and story This happened. Please, Twitch. Please, Twitch, please. Please, Twitch VTube Studio is closed.
Thank you. I have my little, I have my little nice little Christmas hat. I got little Christmas lights all over me. I'm kind of a little wrapped up a little bit. I got a little candy cane in my hair. I'm all Christmased up.
You good up there? Oh no! Oh no! We're being scanned! Oh, my face. And nobody, if you missed it, this is the link to the Nintendo Direct if you want to watch along with us. Bring it crashing down because you wanted to be funny. I'm taking you off duty. You're lucky I'm not banning you. Oh, it was someone on the team that was sharing the music. Oh, Lion! Hi, Lionheart! How have you been? I haven't seen you in so long. Thank you for the 10K biddies. How have you been doing? Z. Okay. We got temporarily things are about to go south if you kept the power on. Yeah. He was upset. He was like, "What the heck? I was trying to charge up my power, and you turn off the light. How dare you? I need power to power up." We will, okay. Do not perceive. Do not perceive. Do not perceive, I said. That was a really tricky move. Oh jeez! No! My dear friend Orange Joe, no matter what, I'll still drink you. Cal, you were going to pass out. You were gonna pass out in front of your family. Delicious. You're gross. Get your peepus out of here. Oh jeez.
Do you want to disappoint me? He hit me in the face with a tornado.
Yeah, I can save.
And we're back.
Can someone tell me like how the clips have been during like the BRBs? Cause I ask a few times, but I feel like most of the time, like nobody's here when we come back. But like I keep looking, and it's like it looks like it like skips frames. So like, what are we thinking? Do we need a new little video randomizer? What are we thinking? Okay. Also, the bird stopped very fast.
Okay, I got some I got some rice. That I'm gonna hopefully finish.
Well, we'll figure that out. Morning. No, afternoon?
Master!
Ah. Good morning. Good morning. Oh, come on, put a little more oomph into it. Same Giselle as always. I must say, last night was something, Master. I didn't know you had that in you. Just thinking about it. Ow! Hey, that hurt. What was that for? I was struck with an insatiable urge to whack you. Whatever happened to your heartfelt desire to do whatever you can for me? I don't think hitting me counts. You're tough enough to get over a little bonk. You were being so nice yesterday. Where did that go? So would you like to explain why you're making dirty jokes first thing in the morning? Yeah, just... I was trying to lighten the mood to hide my embarrassment. Fair enough. Alright, but could you not joke about that in the future? I didn't actually do anything to you. No, you didn't. Sorry. Say, could I ask you something? Yes? You hardly ever use my name. It makes us feel so distant. Could you do something about that, maybe? Babe? No. That is not you at all. Just go with my name, please. We've graduated from a master-servant relationship to a romantic relationship, but that is a bit much. Romantic relationship? Exactly. So, in honor of the new us, let's make this last all right? Michel? All right. How cute, how awkward, how sweet, how romantic. At the time, the light that had entered our life seemed unreal and fantastical, but I prayed that it would indeed last, in hope of an equally bright future. I allowed myself to rejoice in the moment, letting the unconquered shadows that lurked in my peripheral remain unseen. A little romance, yes. A little romance in the sadness and... Okay, we're in the future. I'm worried that something bad is gonna happen. Also, hello, Game Boy George. How you doing? Welcome in. I'm glad we were able to make a stream. I noticed that you followed like right after my last stream ended, so yay. Blackness consumes the once colorful space. Giselle still stands before me as she did within the door, but I struggle to reconcile the two scenes. They are both real. They are both her. The lively, spunky girl of the past and the lifeless girl of the present are both Giselle. As different as they seem, they are both her. Why did we stop there? It was a wonderful story. They overcome their troubles and lived happily ever after. Is that not good enough? It could have been worse than where we are now. All we have to do then is to erase the now, throw everything away and start over from where it was better.
Thank you for the hydrate, Zaldar. How are you doing? How was TFF?
You were able to bear them because they weren't your tragedies. And that goes for more than just me. Actually, as a matter of fact, those words apply even better to her than me. The ending is already set in stone. It already happened. What's the point in watching it again? All that accomplishes is making me relive it all. The ending has not been written. We are both here now, which means our end still lies ahead of us. Good, only slightly sick from con crud. Oh no. Hopefully you rest well and get better from the con crud, because yeah, I feel like that's almost a constant nowadays. Good overall, how are you doing?
I'm doing good.
I am in a better headspace than I was the other day, thankfully. Then, can I ask you to promise not to let go of my hand no matter what? No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. Now I understand. That was a request, even if she didn't perceive it as such. In place of a verbal response, I squeeze her hand in mine. I know where this tale is heading, towards tragedy. All the other doors we visited ended in tragedy, and ours is no exception. But perhaps what's waiting at the end of this one is even more dire than I imagine. The door to our past swings once more open, behind which lies the end of me and the beginning of her. Okay. Well, at least it prepared us for what happened. The death flags were merely just the beginning. A month had passed since the night with the rose. Right on schedule, the monthly delivery arrived, but in it was a letter that would dramatically change our lives. My father, Antonin, had fallen ill and died. Nice! I presumed it was the witch's doing, but she was silent, refusing to respond to my questions. If it wasn't her, then he must have died naturally. It seemed more than a little tasteless to celebrate someone's death, but good taste and reality do not always agree. I was extremely relieved to hear the news. The man had assaulted Giselle. He had tried to have me killed, and now he was gone from this world. I had been waiting for this moment for years. His passing had another effect as well. My death could be revoked. Many years ago, my brother had told me that when he succeeded our father, he would welcome me back to the Bollinger estate. I could be part of the family once more, which meant this letter signaled the end of my banishment. Not sure how to feel about it? Yeah. Rejoicing doesn't seem really appropriate. But this means you can return home now, right? In theory. My brother is set to take control of the estate, so he should be accommodating. I'm going to write a letter. Have them send us a carriage. It is much too long a distance to walk. All right. I'm excited. What do we do first when we get back to the capital? Oh, I know. How about you stop by my place? My mom and sister won't believe their eyes. My time in this mansion was almost at its end. The future I had only vaguely envisioned was now within my reach. I had always spoken of this moment predicted with eventually, like it was some kind of unobtainable fantasy. But now that it was practically a reality, I realized I hadn't actually given it much thought. Hey, are you still awake? I am. Not a great night for sleeping, huh? Are you thinking about your family? It all seems so surreal. Yeah, it does. This house is like a desert island cut off from the world, which makes everything feel like a fairy tale sometimes. Even what we have. From time to time, I get the feeling that nothing is real, that the outside world is just a figment of my imagination, that my entire life only ever existed within these walls. Are you nervous? Maybe I am. I always thought that when this day arrived, it would be more cathartic. I'm sorry. I'm finally able to take you back to the capital. I can't seem to get past my own negativity. It's only natural to be nervous. I am too. I haven't spent nearly as long as you living in this mansion, but I know how you feel, because I feel the same way. Not knowing what the future holds, it's scary. You know, I was thinking I would be okay with staying. I mean, I would love to return to the capital, and I miss my family dearly, but even if I never get to see them again, in no way would I consider myself unhappy. I honestly think I've got a pretty wonderful life. If you're not comfortable going back to that house, and you're just saying you'll endure it for me, Giselle, There are other paths we can take. You could live with your family, or you could remain here in the mansion.
Not at all, no. I want to. No matter where I go, you'll be there with me, Michel. It's true, I am nervous not knowing what the future holds, but not in a scared something bad might happen kind of way. It's more of a jittery, excited anxiousness. I'm confident the two of us can overcome anything, no matter what obstacles may come our way. Together, we can create an even more wonderful time. Don't worry, Michel. Our future's nothing to be afraid of.
You make it sound like I'm paralyzed with fear.
But you are, aren't you? Hey now, don't give me that look.
Once again, she's the one pushing me forward. I'll make sure you have a good, happy life.
Thank you.
What?
Nothing. I'm feeling kind of sentimental, thinking about how we've only got a little time left here. It wasn't perfect, but it was an important part of my life.
Indeed.
Say,
Yes?
well, I think I could handle it right now, probably.
It?
Oh, use your head, you little...
I don't follow.
How can you be so dense? I mean, you know, touching and so forth. You know, take the next step. I'm saying I'm feeling up for that right now. It's not proper for a woman to bring up that subject, isn't it? But I did kind of ask you to wait. I feel bad leading you on for so long. Yeah, I'm sorry.
You're shaking.
I'm really just emotional, that's all.
You don't need to force yourself if you're not ready. I can wait as long as you need. Besides, never mind. It's fine. No need to rush things. You don't need to worry.
Yeah.
Just knowing something bad's gonna happen is like,
I wrote 2 letters. One to my brother, and one to my mother. One so Giselle could return, and one so I could be myself. To demonstrate who I was. I had to prove that I was not cursed. For failing to do that would not only bring her grief, it might become the final crack in the identity I'd built up for myself. I had to convince her that I was neither demon nor angel, but a human man who had fallen in love with a human woman. However, I was too foolish to realize that the future I envisioned was nothing but a fantasy. Had I been able to grasp that, then maybe I could have taken her somewhere far away, where no one knew who we were, where things might have turned out differently.
oh no. Oh no, this chapter is called when this section of chapter is called When the Axe Falls. No, I'm scared.
It's been really foggy out lately. I'd rather if we left when it was clear. It would be terrible if the coachman rolled the carriage because he couldn't see where he was going. If there wasn't so much fog, I would probably have been able to see little columns of orange evening sunlight fighting their way through the trees. But the milky white mist seemed to swallow up all the light, leaving nothing for the surrounding area. It was rather dreary weather. I wonder when they'll be here. Although, if they never do show up, that's okay too. I was finally able to return to the capital with Michel, to see my family again. And that was wonderful. It was like a dream come true. But it wouldn't disappoint me if it didn't end up happening. I didn't care where I ended up, as long as Michel was there with me. That's all that matters. I should probably close the windows. The coach isn't likely to show up at night, I don't think.
I reached my hands out to shut the window, which is when I saw something wavering beyond the heavy mist. Light? And it wasn't just one. Looking closer revealed several more flickering spots. They moved up and down, slowly but rhythmically. As more and more came into view, my mind began seeing them as people carrying torches. They're coming this way? Could they be our escorts back to the capital? Though... What? As soon as the thought, there sure are a lot, popped into my head, something whizzed past my cheek. What? Huh? What was... Huh? Why... What? It was an arrow. Giselle! What? An arrow had flown through the window and pierced the opposite wall. Had Michel not knocked me out of the way? Giselle! Giselle, are you okay? I'm fine. But what? Why did... What's going on? Never mind that. Right now we need to run. Huh? Wait, Michel! Now! There's no time to talk. Stay out of sight of the windows. Got it. As I said, they wouldn't be... Yeah, they did. Like I said earlier, they at least, like, kind of made us aware of when the disaster was gonna strike. Because we knew nothing bad was gonna happen in the end of the store. But, like,
Hopefully at the end of the game they're happy. I hope.
he grabbed my hand and broke into a run. A relentless storm of arrows showered through the windows he had worked so hard to get open a year ago. This wasn't what he had gone through all that effort for. Once I open the front door, run! We have to get as far away from this house as possibly as we can. What? I think I did that wrong. What was happening? Why did we have to run? Why were these people firing arrows at us? With the wave of questions came a wave of fear. I couldn't say anything. The sheer terror had frozen my jaw in place. Get ready. I nodded, squeezing his hand tight. I knew it would just be another obstacle to his safe escape, but I didn't want to let go of his hand. I was afraid that if I did, I would never be able to hold it again. It at least lasted a bit longer than the others. True. Oh gosh. Yeah, I don't know why you thought going through the front door was going to be a good idea, Michel. Are you all right? I'm fine. But how? There are people out front too? Dang it. Why? Several hours were sticking out of the floor before us. Beyond the door, which Michel had managed to shut almost immediately, rang a cacophony of whoosh, thump, whoosh, thump. We can't escape? Why? What's going on? Dang it. With a deep scowl, Michel barred the door, and all the while the arrows kept flying. So, what do we think? Do we think it's the brother that betrayed him? That it, like, wasn't actually that? Or the mother was just like she hit the breaking point? And the panic in the air kept growing thicker. I don't understand. That or the mother saw, like, both. How did they... Only a handful of people even knew about this place. This is all my fault. It's because I told the villagers about this place. They think a demon lives here, not a human. So they're here to tear down the house. They made weapons, bows just for us. I don't... There was a deep rumble and the ground below us shook. I almost fell to the floor. They're trying to break down the door. A door, it seems. Michel, you sounded like me for a second. I'm so sorry. This is all my fault. Because of what I did. No. What? It's not your fault. It's mine. Michel. I challenged her. And because I did, she made my curse real. What are you talking about, Michel? This way! Run! Michel dragged me through the mansion's corridors until we reached the chamber with the stained glass window. At the far end of the room sat a small door. Where does it lead? I had been aware of the door's presence, but I had never gone inside it. Something about it seemed somewhat different from the rest of the house. I wasn't sure how to describe it exactly, but it felt like shadows had taken root here. The observation tower. A tower? But if we go up there, we're putting ourselves in a corner. It doesn't matter where we go, they have us trapped. But there's a chance that up here. He didn't finish that thought, however. He opened the door, leading me into the tower, his face deathly pale. I have a feeling I know what he's planning. Not good. We started running again, around and around the spiral staircase, making our way up to the top. In regular intervals along the wall were rectangular windows. A layer of fog still lay thick across the land. Peering out into it made me feel like we had been thrown into a dream world. If it weren't for the orange spots of torchlight surrounding the mansion, the silhouettes holding the torches. Is that armor? Appeared to be knights. Michel, tell me! Why do you think this is your fault? What is your curse? Your curse. It isn't just the color of your hair and eyes, is it? There's more to it, isn't there? There's something else, isn't there? Michel's gaze was firmly directed forward as he frantically led me up the stairs. We were breathing hard and the sound of it echoed against the tower's stone walls. Our panicked hearts began beating hard. I was afraid they might be able to hear it outside. Eventually, we made it to the top. A pile of discarded rope lay unceremoniously at the floor of the foot of the door, presumably once used to seal it shut. The door itself was deeply weathered and rotting in places. It had obviously been left sitting in disrepair even longer than Michel had lived here. What is this? Inside! Frigid air nipped at my skin, and it wasn't a pleasant, refreshing kind of cool, but a bitter, oppressive kind. This room felt unlike any other in the mansion. This is an observation tower? You can't even... There once would have been windows allowing you to see in all directions around the mansion, but all remains now is that tiny opening near the ceiling. If we hide out here, then there's a chance they might not find us. Did you close the doors behind you as you went? It sounds like they broke down the door. Don't worry, they won't find us. And when they give up their search, then we can get out of here. I'm sure it'll all turn out all right. Michel's voice was quivering, as was his hand in mine. Michel. We huddled together, feeling each other's warmth in our arms. My free hand clutched his shirt for dear life. I'm sorry. What? I'm to blame for this. It's my fault you're in this mess. The pain you had to experience. You're being sent to this place. And what's happening now can all be traced back to my being born. I'm so sorry. I feel like it was maybe me talking earlier, but I messed up. I replicated your voice. My bad. Why was he apologizing? Why did he insist this was his fault? Why wouldn't he tell me what his curse was? Why are people trying to kill us? Right, those people were trying to kill us. Putting into words like that made the fear that much more real. The arrows they fired weren't threats. They meant to kill us. Michel. But with Michel trembling in my arms, I couldn't bring myself to ask those questions. What meaning would those answers even have with death lurking so close behind us? All I could do was pray. Pray that he was right, that they wouldn't find us and we would be able to escape. However, over here! There's a door and stairs leading up! My hopes were shattered by the sound of voices from below. I could hear a faint clanking of armor. Our grips on each other tightened, and our trembling intensified. Fear swelled within the tower, making us its slaves. Giselle. We were both terrified. And who wouldn't be? Fairy tale heroes could be magically courageous in the face of overwhelming danger, but they weren't real. The fear of my impending death, drawing nearer and nearer with each passing moment, almost drove me to madness. I couldn't think clearly. My heart was having trouble keeping up. My head was a big white mess. We were supposed to reach the capital, start a new life, finally obtain our happiness, but it was right there at our fingertips. Even enough happiness to make up for Michel's 10 years of isolation, and enough to erase that nightmare from my memory forever. What had we done to have that taken away from us? We just loved each other and wanted a quiet life together. Nothing outrageous. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. I don't want to die. But what scared me the most was being separated from Michel. Hey, Michel? What are those people really doing here? If what they are after is money or valuables, we can offer them everything in the mansion. We don't need any of it. If they don't want us to return to the capital, we can tell them we'll stay here. They might be willing to talk it over. I don't care if I lose everything else. As long as I have you, I can survive anywhere. All that mattered was that we had our lives, so long as the two of us still breathed. But death! Death to the unholy one! Death to the heretic! Death to the witch! Despair hung over us like the fog outside. There were no heretics, no witches, no unholy ones here. But they would probably never listen to us. The moment we stepped outside of this room, we would be dead, no matter what they said. Michel, I'm all right. It's okay, Michel. I'm not scared. You're here with me, after all. I'm fine. It's all fine. So please, hold me. Until it's all over. Please stay with me. Finally you speak. Michel? He wasn't looking at me, though. His unfocused eyes were directed upwards. Not toward any particular point, but wandering aimlessly. His purplish lips appeared to move as though he was speaking, but no sound came out. Hey, Michel, are you all right? As a 19, more of us slapped to the face than a 1, my goodness. Because you're just 1 away from that critical. Come back to me, Michel. I grabbed him by the shoulders and shook, but he didn't even seem to notice. No matter how many times I called to him, he didn't look down from the emptiness above. Michel! Giselle. Finally, after far too long, his gaze slid down to meet mine. He looked defeated, exhausted, and cornered all at once. I was scared too, but his fear seemed to have consumed him entirely. Please hear me out, Giselle. I never thought anything good would become of my life. I never thought I would find anyone who truly understood me, who would be happy to have my love. And for that, I hated the world. I was in constant torment, living in the shadows. But then, a single ray of light shone down on me. Michel. You, Giselle. You delivered me from the darkness. I'm scared, Giselle. I'm terrified. I used to think my life was meaningless, that it didn't matter if I lived or died. But now, I can't stop shaking. That's perfectly normal. I'm scared to death too, but what scares me most is losing you. Michel. I should have noticed. Noticed his arms were tensing up. Noticed and stopped him. So please, allow me to repay you. I said I would do anything for you, so let me do this. I haven't given you anything. I haven't done anything for you. So give me one final chance. Michel! What are you doing? Get back in here, Michel! What? Why? The door. I can't open it. I shoved on the door, trying to go after him, but it wouldn't budge even the slightest bit. It was as though there had never been a door there at all, merely a wall disguised as one. It wasn't someone holding it shut on the other side either. I pushed and pulled with all my might, but I couldn't even manage to eke out the tiniest crack. Michel! Michel, what did you do to the door? Come on, get back in here! I don't want to lose you either! Say something, Michel! You're out there, aren't you? Please, please don't do anything rash! They're going to kill you if you're out there! Giselle! Giselle. The witch told me. What? That she would ensure your safety. Michel, she isn't real! There's no witch talking to you! It's all in your head, a figment of your imagination created to alleviate your loneliness! Rest assured, she does not lie. Michel! Please listen. You are a wonderful woman, Giselle. Spirited, true to yourself, deeply sympathetic. You are not to blame for how difficult your life has been. Most of the fault lies with me, and a bit of bad fortune. But that's all behind you now. Once this is over, you can start anew. What are you talking about? So, survive. Live a good, fulfilling life. Move past this. Live your life. And always love your family. I know you can do it. That is my wish for you. No, I don't want that. I want to be with you. No one else but you. I don't want to let you die. There it is. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Death to the heretic. Get back in here, Michel. Open the door. If my choice is to live on without you, I'd rather... Your scars will heal. You'll find a nice man and have a wonderful family. Why? Thank you, Giselle, for bringing light to my world. Don't say that! But if there is a next life, I hope you don't mind that I pray that we're able to meet again, and we can find each other once more in another world. Michel! Michel. It is our holy duty as knights of the church to deliver punishment unto the heathen who made a pact with the devil. Come on, Michel, open the door! You are sentenced to death. Your body will be hanged upon the cross for 3 days and 3 nights, wherein your unholy flesh shall be purified by the fires of heaven. Why? What are you doing here? Open the door! Michel, please, listen to me. You can hear me out there, can't you? You shall now be executed. Do you have any final words? Who is it you're sentencing to death? Michel Bollinger? Or a demon child, naturally? Or a witch, perhaps? Please, open the door! Why won't you open it? He isn't unholy or impure. He is a perfectly normal human and a very sweet man. I'm the witch. The witch isn't here. I'm the one you want to execute. Kill me! Execute me! Now I see. Giselle, this world. Kill him! So many blades pierced my flesh. A sword in my chest, lances in my arms and shoulders, arrows in both of my legs. I could hardly even tell what hurt anymore. There was an unpleasant sound in the tower, almost like a heavy rain. It was the sound of my blood spilling onto the stone. Red. It was red, just like anyone else's blood. It didn't flow into unnatural patterns. It didn't turn into black demonic shadows. It didn't cause anyone who touched it harm. It was just ordinary red blood. Regardless, this body was probably still cursed. It had to be. I couldn't hear Jesiel's voice anymore. I hoped she was safe, alive. I prayed that that at least she would be protected, that the witch would keep her promise. It was getting dark. Light was quickly departing from my world. darkness everlasting, dragging me down into its pits. I believed in you. Michel? Michel! Hey, say something. Talk to me. Hey, what's going on? What's going on here? No, this can't be happening. An impossibly heavy thud came from beyond the door, and with it, Michel fell silent. Then, intermittent squelching sounds as something slid down the door. No, this can't be. Why? I pounded on the door with all my strength, but still it refused to give. The skin on my hands eventually going raw and beginning to seep blood. Why? Why should Michel have to be killed? Tell me, why? Take me with you. Please, don't leave me behind. That man isn't a witch. He isn't cursed. I'm cursed, not him. So don't hang him. Don't humiliate him like that. Kill me instead. Please. Again and again, I pounded on the door, but the self-described knights on the other side seemed to not even be aware of my presence. They seemed unable to hear my cries, their armor clanking with each step they began to descend the staircase. And with that, I could hear the sound of something being dragged slowly across the floor. No, don't take him away. Stop! Don't take Michel away from me! I'm begging you! But my pleas were in vain. My hope was for naught. The knights took him away. Took him somewhere out of my reach. For all eternity. Don't take him away from me! And you just know there's gonna be more to this. You know she's not making this out alive. Michel. After much too long, the door swung open all on its own. It happened so unceremoniously, it was hard to believe I had actually been trapped inside. I had no idea how much time had passed, but the chill in the air suggested it was deep into the night. And with the biting cold... Right. Oh, absolutely. With the biting cold, there was the stench of blood. Why? Why? Michel! I never wanted this. I didn't understand at all, Michel. Or you didn't understand. You didn't know the depths of my feelings for you. You didn't know how intensely I wanted you. How fervently I loved you. I was never going to be able to find someone else and live happily with them. It had to be you. The thought of anyone else touching me terrified me. You just didn't understand. I don't want to live in this stupid world. The time I spent with you truly was the happiest time of my life. Okay, so... Oh, we're back in the present house, I think. I remember. How I learned to make the blackout drink? I don't remember, actually. It's not coming to mind, but I could have just forgotten. I remember everything now. You died on that day. You were killed. You disappeared after this world and left me, or you disappeared from this world and left me behind. That's right. I remember. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. The coffee and hot cocoa. Ah, yes. Yes, I'm vaguely remembering that now. And I was like, oh, because I'm not a coffee drinker. I remember the pain, the agony of death, and the fear. I did indeed die that day. You refused to listen to me. Do you have any idea how it felt to feel you dying from the other side of that door? Giselle, I wanted you to take me with you. Is that what you so wanted to see? My memories. The traces of my life on this earth. End there. In order to find your truth, you need more of the story. Very well, then. If you want more story, I will tell you more. What comes next is both a continuation and a brand new tale. The Maid's Tale. When you've heard it all, I expect you to commend me for not forgetting how to smile. Kind of drank so much at the point it doesn't affect me anymore. Oh no. Yeah, that'll happen with caffeine. Like, it'll affect you a little. Like, I think the first time... I don't think Gamer Subs was my first energy drink, but I feel like the first time I had an energy drink, like, it woke me up a little bit, but it very quickly just became a yummy drink. You haven't completely cut through the darkness yet. An Arctic wind blows past me. At the same time, I gripped with an overwhelming urge to break down into tears. Perhaps this is the solitude she felt for so long. I have to face this. I have a responsibility to her to do so. And I have to atone for being such a misguided fool all these many years ago, convinced that I was doing what was best. Light work, no reaction. Oh my gosh, we finally finished chapter 5. We're on to the 6th door. Oh. This is gonna be interesting. So this is basically gonna be showing, I guess, her first quote-unquote reincarnation. This is my tale, and the Maid's Tale. A tale of a foolish, naive girl. Looking back on it now, I'm ashamed of everything. But I will tell you my story in its entirety without embellishments. I ask that you please not let go of my hand. The only things the knights left behind were a garment and a large pool of your blood. Blood had seeped into the fabric and was beginning to dry. When I clenched it in my hand, it made soft crackling sounds. The oppressive stench of death lingered in the tower. Michel, there's no point in life without you. You know that, right? Have a wonderful family. You know I can't do that. Hey, Michel, answer me. Come back to me. I don't care if it's as a ghost. I just need you here with me. Come back to me. Talk to me about nothing and about everything. Be irritated when I do something stupid. Scoff at me whenever I tell a bad joke. Trounce me at chess again. Put your arms around me. One more time. Come on. I'm begging you. If you won't come back to me, then I'll go to you. I don't care if that's not what you wanted from me. This world without you is meaningless. Dying won't guarantee you get to see him again. He spends all this time refusing to talk to me, and when he finally does, he begs me to save his love? Oh, how the mighty have fallen. Rather disappointing, to be honest. Who are you? Where are you? Quite daft, aren't you? Within these walls, I I am everywhere, and you've heard of me before. What? I have no... Heavens, you are slow. Is that pretty head of yours only for decoration? What? No, there's no one else. You might be thicker than these walls, my dear. And you're also kind of dim. Although I suppose I shouldn't be surprised. You never did believe anything Michel said about me. You thought he was going mad. This is brilliant. No, there's no way. It can't be. The cursed witch, Morgana? Oh, you even know my name, do you? It would appear my legend has survived longer than I expected. I suppose I should thank all the humans who passed it down for me. You actually exist? I most certainly do, my dear. As I recall, you don't believe in the supernatural, do you? But it's hard to deny when that very witch is talking to you right this moment. Michel was not even slightly mad, my dear. I told him he was better off without his sanity, but he refused to listen. He wasn't deranged, his surroundings were. His environment, the people around him, his whole world. Can you imagine how dreadful that must have been? To be the only sane resident in a world gone utterly mad. It's a miracle he managed to keep his head. Remember what you said just before he died, my dear? You said it was all in his head. You said he couldn't tell the difference between illusion and reality. You said he had long since gone insane. Shouted it at the top of your lungs. No, that's not what I meant. Ah, poor Michel. If only you had believed him about the witch. I feel bad for you too, though. You have my pity. What did you ever do to deserve this? Oh, and just to be perfectly clear, I played no part in either you or Michel's misfortune. The only force to blame for that is fate. You were a good, honest, joyful, lovable woman, and look at how the world treated you. I ask you something? Right, where is Battler when you need him? It's just like, hey, Battler, we got a new witch for you to romance. Also, give me a second. I got you can't see it. I will probably share it later when I edit it down. But the CG going on right now flows really good into what my background is set to right now. I'll share it somewhere in the Discord after stream. May I ask you something? Was it you who sealed me in the tower? Yes, it was. That was what Michel wanted. Once I told him I would grant his wish, so I did as he asked. Though it looks like that ended up causing you even more pain. How tragic. So, you're planning to die. Are you hoping to reunite with him in heaven? That plan's destined to fail from the outset, my dear. God teaches that suicide is a sin, and you'll go to heck for it. Then I will not kill you. Why not? Because I swore to Michel that I would save your life. Poor Giselle. If you have any other wish, I'll be happy to grant it. I can't bear to see you so miserable. A wish? You have but a single desire right now. To see him once more. Isn't that right, Giselle? Right. Very fitting. Where's the witch hunters? Like, that's their job. I mean, the witch hunters hunted someone that they thought was a witch. They were wrong. But that's what they did. Isn't that right, Giselle? Are you saying you can make that happen? You'll bring him back to life for me? The forces of life and death are outside my realm. That is God's territory. However, I can guarantee you this. His reincarnation. No, his reconstruction. His reconstruction? Yes. You can meet him again, not in this life, but in some future life. Just imagine it. Finding your beloved again after overcoming so much tragedy. 10, 20, maybe 100 long years from now, you're finally reunited. Doesn't that sound marvelous? True, unparalleled love in its purest form. What do you think? Just because you can bring his soul back doesn't make it Michel. I want to be with him. That brusque, impenetrable, slightly immature, but gentle as a butterfly man. The man who sincerely, deeply loved me. I feel like saying gentle as a butterfly while you're being talked to by a witch butterfly probably isn't the best choice in words. If it's the same soul in a different body, can you still call him my Michel? I feel like I'm losing my Beato voice. That's gonna be Michel's reincarnation. Beatorice! Or, oh, for the Jugamu. Yeah. My apologies. I was too forward in my evil plan. You beat me to the punchline, and you did so with such ardor, you threw me off balance. You're exactly right. The idea that if your love is strong enough, you can both be reborn and have exactly the same relationship is utter fairy tale nonsense. You must be the same people that have the same love, which is why I am not promising his rebirth or reincarnation, but his reconstruction. Your wish can become reality, Giselle. As long as you wish for it with all your heart, it can come true. I'll wish for his reconstruction as well. You have a witch asking to make this happen, my dear, so you can be confident that it will bear fruit. I'm just like making sure. Okay, so there's no like hidden stuff. Specific word choice, woo, right? And you will wish for him to remain as himself. If he truly loves you, and he too wishes to reunite with you, your wish shall be granted. You really wish with me? I most certainly will, my poor, pitiful, dear Giselle. I shall offer you my most heartfelt prayers for you. I'll wish for it. And to the moment of my death, I'll keep wishing for us to be reunited as the same people. I can't guarantee your reconstruction, though. What? I only said I guaranteed his. Michel's is the only reconstruction I will wish for. I will not ask for yours. Why not? You're not looking at a benevolent wish-granting goddess or an angel with a magic bow and arrow. You're looking at a cursed witch. And how am I to be with him again? I can offer you but one option that will allow you to reunite with your reconstructed Michel. Tell me, what do I have to do? You must live. Here, with me. Live with you? What do you mean? It was Michel who resurrected me, but he could never serve as my guide. Or he could not serve as my guide. I have work to do, but I cannot do it alone. I need a guide to assist me, because, as you can see, I have no body. If this house did not exist in this world, then perhaps I might be able to give myself form, my soul's form. I don't understand anything you're saying. You don't need to understand. All I need from you is for you to show your utmost hospitality to the people I am expecting to show up at this mansion someday. Entertain your guests? That's right, my dear. Michel isn't the only one whose reconstruction I'm wishing for. There are others, several heinous sinners. So, I want you to serve as a maid and watch over them when they arrive. And until then, keep the house in good condition. What are you scheming? Is that something you truly need to know, my dear? All you need to do is wish. Pray for the day your beloved appears before you again. For the day he wraps his arms around you once more. One word, Giselle. That's all I require. Do you want to see him again? Do you want to hear his voice again? New witch host, right? I am no wish giver. I do as I please. But I can help you in a way that is beneficial to me. I can promise you'll have your happiness back. What reason is there to hesitate? There isn't one. Why, or are you simply going to give up? I wonder, what would happen if you said no? If you disappear from this world? How will Michel react when he comes back? Will he be sad, angry, or will he forget about you and fall into the arms of another woman? No, he can't. Then make up your mind. Will you come with me, or will you throw it all away? I... Oh my gosh, Pistol. If I had given it a little thought, I would have realized she was manipulating me. That she was just telling me what I wanted to hear. But I believed her. I accepted her proposition. As unbelievable as it sounded, my desire for it to be real overpowered everything. It was impossible not to grasp at the straws she was dangling in front of me. That was all I could do at the time. The witch's voice also had an inexplicable power to it. It made me believe, as outrageous as it was, that she really could bring you back, reconstruct you. Maybe because I had seen her turn a door into a movable wall, or maybe because I had heard her disembodied voice. But I don't think those are enough to explain it. My guess is, she had me under her spell. That was the moment I became the maid. But I assure you, I was, at that point, still the same Giselle you knew and loved. Sorry, I used that as a moment to stuff my face full of food. But absolutely just manipulating the emotionally vulnerable and the very traumatized. And the sound of the rain never seems to stop. Am I hallucinating it, maybe? From the moment I lent my ear to the witch's sweet temptations, the mansion underwent an unimaginable transformation. No light shone through the windows, despite them still being unobstructed, not morning, day, or evening. In fact, the concepts of morning, day, and evening did not seem to exist. The darkness resembled that of which the windows had been sealed off, but there was something more fundamentally unreal about it. Like it was hovering over a vast, all-consuming abyss without a constant haze of malice. It felt like I had been cast into some unknown realm, and that was why there was nothing beyond the windows. The house was not the only thing that underwent changes. I, too, was no exception. In the blink of an eye, all my basic human urges vanished. I stopped feeling hungry, and I no longer needed sleep. Naturally, I was bewildered by what was happening to me, what I was turning into. I think I'll take a look around. Maybe there have been other changes. Oh yes, checking the library first. Or not? Okay. I guess she's just checking everything. So I meandered through the mansion's halls. My original intent was to explore the entire house, but I found myself drawn toward one room in particular. That's right, your bedchamber. There was no light, no trace of color remaining in your chambers. But the bed was the same shape, the walls the same texture, the curtains the same design as when you had been alive. Michel, I'm praying. I'm always praying that someday we'll meet again. Oh, there's something hidden under the bed. What could it be? It's that painting. I never did get to ask why he got so angry about me seeing this. I'm sure it's something he didn't want to be reminded of, perhaps having to do with his family. I was right not pressing him about it. What? Ah! Spooky possessed painting. What the? Did the painting just smirk at me? Oh God. Ah! Oh geez, Giselle. What are you doing tripping over yourself? It was just that accursed witch messing with your head. No need to get spooked over a tasteless prank. When I stumbled, I guess I knocked a drawer open. There's something inside. Letters, it looks like? I shouldn't touch these. They're not mine. But I want something of Michel's to have. Something to remember him by. His letters would be in his handwriting. They would contain his words. Please forgive me, Michel. I don't mean you any ill will, but I'm going to take these. I must say, they are an impressive number of... Eek! What on earth? It's like someone dumped an inkwell on every page, but why? Was this the witch's doing too? Yeah, it has to be. It must have been her. It definitely wasn't you, Michel. Was it? I mean, technically, if you looked at the back part of it and, like, held it up to a mirror, you might be able to see the impressions of what was written. The front door. I wonder what it's like outside. Can't get it open. What's going on? The bar isn't set, but it won't budge an inch. It's just like up in the tower. I know, the windows. They should open. Then I can... What's going on here? What the heck is going on? It's like there's an invisible wall in front of the window. My hand won't go any further. This is rich. What else could I do but laugh? What in the world? This is madness. Hurry up, Michel. Return to me. And get me out of here. Please. Please get me out of here. I had no idea how to explain anything that had happened to the mansion, but it was clear enough that I was imprisoned within its walls. I was all alone in a nebulous sphere of bleak darkness, and beyond its walls lay void. The layout of the house remained unchanged, but I felt as though I had wandered into a twisting labyrinth. I could cry, but there was no one there to soothe me. All it did was provoke her disembodied cackling, which she followed with, "You chose this, my dear. So you need to hold yourself together and keep wishing." My only real pastime was cleaning. I dusted the same corners again and again, swept the same floors, polished the same dishes. One day I decided to read books from the library. Despite there being more than 100 volumes, I finished every one of them in what felt like no time at all. My life was a never-ending cycle. Day in and day out, day in and day out. The house has no visitors. No one, rather, nothing at all set foot upon the property. There were no signs of other life whatsoever there. No birds singing in the morning, no cats sunbathing in the garden, no mice scurrying about the kitchen, no creepy crawly insects. There was nothing. Nothing at all. The only thing that broke the long stretches of silence was her voice. Tell me, was she kind to you? Was she friendly and courteous? Because she was quite harsh when she spoke to me. These were the kind of things she was always saying to me.
He didn't show up today, did he, my dear? Are you still praying, my dear? Do you think he'll actually come, my dear? I'm still wishing just like I promised, my dear. You know why he hasn't come for you, my dear? Because perhaps he doesn't actually love you as much as you thought. My dear, my dear, my dear. Have you lost your mind yet? Shut up! I've had enough. I'm done with you.
Enough. Please, enough already.
Oh, what's got you so worked up? You love to talk, don't you? So why not have a nice little chat with me?
This is not a chat.
Maybe not in your mind, my dear. You seem to think chatting only constitutes conversations you enjoy. But I don't think the word's usage needs to be so restricted, personally.
You're just getting off on watching me squirm.
Oh, not at all. You'll have all my best wishes if he ever does show up for you. Oh, scary. If you're making that face when he shows up, he might not even recognize you. What? You haven't looked in a mirror recently, have you? Go on then, my dear. See just how frightful you've become.
No. The witch was right. I looked nightmarish. My face was pale and lifeless, my eyes hollow, my cheeks sunken, heavy bags beneath my eyes. My hair had lost its sheen and grew wildly. I was quickly losing everything that made me recognizable as me, and the thought sent a shiver down my spine. No, this isn't me. This is some kind of trick. You're trying to deceive me.
Baseless accusations. You really must stop blaming people every time something doesn't turn out the way you want, my dear.
But my face was more...
What? More expressive? More cheerful? Brighter? Rosier? You're right. You were never this gloomy, were you?
Right. I wasn't. I was always more cheerful than this.
Naive girl. Could you be any more narcissistic? Huh? What you're looking at is undeniably exactly what you look like now. Time did not do that to you, nor did I. The negative energy oozing from within you is what's causing you to take on this form. Did you think you didn't have...
Did you think you didn't have any dark, ugly emotions inside you? Not looking like a war corpse, right? Not looking like Harry Dubois up in here.
Did you believe you would always be able to smile no matter what? Did you assume you were pure and beautiful? No one like that exists, my dear. What you see in the mirror is the true you, your hideous, twisted heart.
If you weren't always being so nasty, this would have never happened. Anyone's heart would be twisted listening to you long enough.
So you're saying Michel's heart was twisted too? I spoke to him for years. No! I'm just teasing. I suppose I may have crossed the line there. I mean, you know ill will, Giselle. Honest. Allow me to give you one word of advice, though. Look at yourself in the mirror often. If you continue deteriorating at this rate and end up looking like a corpse, when Michel comes and sees you, he won't jump for joy, but run away, screaming in terror.
Stop talking. Please, just stop.
You know, Giselle, this is only the very beginning. He might not show up for hundreds of years.
I can't live that long. Absolutely brilliant. You still think you're alive?
What? The moment you agreed to come with me, you ceased to be of this world. So don't worry about time, my dear. You can wait as long as it takes. As long as it takes for him to arrive.
As the witch had suggested, I started checking my appearance in the mirror every day. I wanted to ensure I didn't turn into some horrifying creature. My hair grew, so time seemed to be passing. but I didn't appear to age at all. The flow of time had become perplexingly vague and uncertain. Was it stopped, or was it moving? I couldn't tell. Giselle's mental resistance is not very high, not really. On occasion, I would practice smiling in front of the mirror. My smile was, after all, my one really distinctive feature, and I was certain you had seen me smiling more than anything. Even if my appearance had changed drastically, I thought, you would still be able to recognize me by my smile. A woman standing alone in front of a mirror practicing how to smile. I'm sure that was quite the comical sight. And that was about how my days went, for an incomprehensibly long time. Oh. How many years forward is it gonna be? Oh, 200. Not 200, but like 101, I think? For the first 100 years, I kept track of how much time had passed. An hour, a day, a month, a year, 10 years, 50. But once it had surpassed a person's average lifespan. What language was I doing there? Or accent, rather. And the counting started driving me mad, so I stopped. Basic arithmetic. I forgot what year we started in. For a second, I was gonna say it was gonna be. For a second, I was thinking that we started in like 1009, and it's like, no, we started in 1099. My sense of time began to numb. In place of sleep, I spent my days in a trance-like state. Doing so, I was less aware of the passage of time, which made it a little easier to bear. Suspended in this bubble of time, my mind went out to you. Another 100. And the next thing I lost a sense of was myself. I lived as a human for 21 years. After spending nearly 10 times that trapped in the mansion, I began to feel like that was all I could ever have been. That maybe my past was all a construction of my imagination. That as an otherworldly being, I merely fantasized about being human. Had I actually had a family? Had there actually been other people in the world? Did cities and villages really exist? Was there ever really a time when light shone through the windows? When we were happy? But I knew if I started doubting everything, I would be able to maintain myself. So I settled on believing one thing, that you, Michel, were real. That you had been with me, and that I had loved you, and that it was you I was waiting for. I tried to always remember that one fact. Another 100? Okay. Every year you live is a smaller fraction of your lifespan. Celebrate your first birthday, that's 100% of your life. Second birthday is only 50%. My goodness. That is an interesting way of thinking about it. Huh. My characteristic energy and cheer were disappearing. By then, I hardly ever raised my voice anymore, and in response to that change, the witch seemed to treat me a little nicer. On occasion, I thought I could sense her presence nearby, like she might reveal her form to me from beyond the darkness, instead of only speaking to me. I could feel her sitting beside me. Giselle, do you think you're still Giselle even now? I suppose it doesn't matter either way. Sometimes I think love and fanaticism are two sides of the same coin. What are you implying? Oh, nothing. I have an idea, though. Why don't we make you some new clothes, my dear? The loom should still work, thanks to you keeping everything in order. That outfit's an artifact of an age long past by now. You know how long it's been? Vaguely, but yes. As we speak, time still marches onward. Not too quickly, and not too slowly, but at the same pace as your breathing. Now, on your feet, Giselle. We have plenty of time, so let's make you the perfect maid's outfit. And if we don't have enough materials, we can make more thread from the sheets of the sheets of curtains. How exciting. Following her instructions, I wove garments in a style that did not exist in my era. They were quite strange to behold. The old me might have been stricken with fascination by them. But at that point, I wasn't even sure how to rejoice, how to be impressed, or how to be moved anymore. Another... Oh, it's just like, okay, we only need to change one number, it's fine. But it's different, so maybe something more intense will happen here. It sounds like rain again. She needs more romance novels in the mansion so she remembers how to be a kawaii maiden in love, right? But like, you know, they brought up that like printing on books was like, you know, a rather fancy thing. They probably there was probably no more packages that got sent to that building after that attack, honestly. What year is it? Oh, it doesn't matter what year it is. It doesn't matter where it is. As long as you're there, it can be anytime, anywhere. Where are you, Michel? What are you doing? I'm still praying. I'm still wishing for you to appear before me. Forever and ever and ever. And ever and ever and ever. I've been praying for so long. I don't even know how long it's been. Before you left, you said you were going to pray too. You said you hoped we could meet again in another life. I'm not misremembering. Am I? Michel, come back to me soon. I love you so, so very much. But in my but my memories of you are starting to fade. What did your voice sound like? What kind of faces did you make? Where did you like to put your hands on me? I don't want to forget. I want to always remember. My memories of you are the only thing holding me together, but they're slipping away from me. How did you speak? What kind of things did you talk about? I'm losing all those memories. Please, Michel, come back to me before I forget everything. My beloved master. She should have taken up drawing or sculpting as a hobby, right? That would have absolutely passed the time. And then, well, I mean, like, she would have to... She can't go outside. Because I was going to say, like, you know, she could have all these paintings or, like, sculpting, just artwork things. She finds a servant to be like, hey, deliver this to some lords. The thought crossed my mind that maybe Morgana's guarantee that you would be reconstructed was just a lie to trick me into staying here. But I quickly discarded it. Because if she had been lying, it would strip all meaning away from my very existence. It would take from me my purpose for being here. So I didn't want to accept that possibility. I had no choice but to persevere in my belief that you would return. I had always thought I would be all right, that my faith would never waver. I still believed in myself. But you can be the happiest, most optimistic, resolute person in the world, and you will still break easily. And at that point, where even the slightest tap would shatter me into fragments. Oh. Just imagine over the years, Michel turned into a turbo mega Bishonen, and when he comes, he's like, that's how you remember me? Ooh, so not exactly 100 years had passed. Several hundred years after I was enslaved within the mansion. Something changed for the very first time. Sunlight, which I had not seen in all that time, shone in from outside. Break eventually, not easily. Oh, my bad. At first, I did not believe it was real. I thought it was a hallucination born of my inner desires. I thought I must have completely lost it for my fantasies to have escaped my mind. But it doesn't matter if it was all an illusion. The gentle breeze blowing in through the window felt wonderful. The smell of grass, the chirping of birds, the glistening blue sky. It was like 1,000 memories rushing back all at once, and it brought tears to my eyes. The time has come, Giselle. It's time for you to get to work. And as she always did, the witch's voice crushed my elation, dragging me back to reality. Reveling in the sight of the outside was the last thing I should have been doing, for it was the moment that began my true decline. Work? What kind of work? Have you already forgotten? Oh, good heavens. Do you have your head on straight, my dear? As I said, I need you to watch over the house and show your utmost hospitality to those who show up. This is merely an appetizer. It looks like someone's here. Hold on, I have no idea what I'm supposed to do. Do the same thing you have been doing. Be a maid. Convince the house's guests that this is a wonderful place. Make them enjoy their stay. Have them be a real estate agent and tell them all the nice things about the place. Just don't mention the ghosts. Now go on. I'm quite looking forward to this. A character who might find herself in a similar position as Giselle. There's someone she wants to meet and save in her future, but it's thousands of years between her current time and when that person will be born. Oh no! We love putting trauma in characters. The bar has been removed, but will the door open? For so long, the door had refused to budge. For so long, light had forsaken these halls. For so long, there had been no trace of life. And now, all of that had been turned on its head. I felt like I had stepped into heaven on earth. I know it sounds melodramatic, so please don't laugh. It was almost certainly a perfectly ordinary slice of nature. Leaves and grass rustled in the wind, flowers specked the earth, and in the distance was a city I didn't recognize. I wondered where I was, of course, but I neither shouted nor jumped in surprise. Instead, I found myself accepting of my circumstances, as natural as they might have been. As I was standing there idly before the entrance, a carriage rolled up. Egad, could this road be any bloody worse? And it's in dire need of paving on top of everything else. And who might you be, young lady? What outfit? Speaking a different language. A middle-aged man approached me. From his attire and the way he held himself, he appeared to be upper class. However, the words coming out of his mouth were not in the language I had grown up speaking. Could this mansion have moved somewhere far, far away? Naturally, I had no idea how such a thing was possible. The longer I stood there staring at him absent-mindedly, the more incredulous he became. My immediate mission was to overcome the language barrier. Fortunately, I suppose I was able to understand bits and pieces of what he had said. As merchants in the capital, my family did business with people from other countries, and as a result I had learned a handful of words. The problem was, it had been so long ago I had no confidence whatsoever in my ability to hold a conversation. I am a servant. Servant? Can't say I remember asking for a lady servant, but I suppose these things do happen. Doesn't much matter who they sent. Who are you? You weren't informed? Bloody hell. Off to a great start, I see. Well, what can you do, I guess? Name's Hayden Rhodes.
Is this the grandpa?
Is this the grandpa the kid told? The white-haired girl at the start that's like, yeah, he died by someone. Well, I'm worried. I'm worried for Giselle. If that's true. As I am sure you've already guessed, this man was the Rhodes siblings' grandfather. He was also the first person I served under as a maid. For a member of an esteemed noble family. Was there a sound alert, or am I just... Okay, I think it's... We haven't heard this for a while, so I forgot that there was, like, singing, I guess. For a member of the esteemed noble family, Hayden was a bit on the eccentric side. He only hired a handful of servants, claiming he was not fond of clamor. There was a single chef, a physician, a servant to take care of all the cleaning, and then me, who served as his personal assistant. Whenever he got the chance, Hayden would chase me down and make me practice proper etiquette. According to him, I had much to learn. You are at least technically a servant of the Rhodes family, young lady, so I can't have you going around playing the country bumpkin act.
Yes, sir.
And we'll have to do something about that accent, too, while we're at it.
I have an accent?
Thicker than bloody molasses. Now I have no interest in sticking my nose into your business asking where you hail from, but while you're here, you must act the part, young lady. Lucky for you, I'm retired and have all the time in the world. I'll teach you everything you need to know about proper etiquette.
Right? She looks very pretty.
All right.
Speak up, will ya?
Yes, sir.
This man's just being like, you sound too French. Get rid of that French accent. Stop being hon-hon. Even though I haven't been giving her an accent this whole time. Hayden did not go easy on me either. In addition to my day-to-day duties, studied etiquette, the language, proper pronunciation, and formal diction. Anytime I made the slightest mistake, he would shout his dissatisfaction. What kind of molasses thick accent is she supposed to... I guess, like, just...
How are you?
I don't know. I don't know how to, like... I never know how to do, like, a whole... I don't know how to, like, do a French accent that's, like, a heavy... It would also have to be, like, an old French accent, too. Because it was, like... In, like, the 1,000... It was 1099. Listen carefully. A servant is the face of a house. A servant's gaff is her master's gaff. Always keep this in mind. You're not just a maid. You must always act with elegance and grace. You must always maintain your composure, even if the house is falling down around you. Whatever happens, you deal with it quickly and quietly. Your language must be immaculate. No ums, uhs, or pauses. For any reason.
Yes, sir.
No stammering either.
Sorry.
Bloody hell, you are not going to make this easy, are ya? Whose idea was it that a country bumpkin would make a good servant? I'd like to give up a piece of my mind.
I'm not from the country. Not even slightly. I was raised in the capital.
Is that so, eh? A prim and proper city girl, are ya? In that case, you should be a quick study.
Absolutely. I can learn anything in a week. Tops. Piece of cake.
Is that so? All right, starting tomorrow, I'm tripling your lessons.
I didn't think this through.
Maybe anthropologists would find a voice recording from that era. Maybe. In addition to being my master, Hayden was my teacher. When he yelled, he grew twice his size, and I shrunk half to mine. But it wasn't at all an unpleasant experience, because I knew he wasn't raising his voice to belittle me. His instruction may have been harsh, but it was human interaction. There were people around that I could talk to, and that was wonderful. I was starting to regain some of my humanity. Is piece of cake even an era-appropriate phrase? I don't know. I feel... there might be like a similar saying that they just changed to be a piece of cake. I mean, more than likely it would have been like a phrase in Japanese that might have been around for longer, but I don't know. Yeah, there wouldn't have been voice recordings that late. When was the first voice recording? Because I don't even know if it would be any close. I want to say, if I had to guess, for some reason 1600 seems like it would make sense. But also, I don't know. I would say late 1600s, early 1700s if I had to take a guess. Just to give myself a lot of wiggle room. Unlike me, you've still got a long life ahead of you, young lady. First known use of piece of cake was all the way in 1935, my goodness. I don't know what kind of life you lived, but I can't imagine it's been all that easy. How many servant girls your age without a home to go back to? Which is why you need to learn this. Once you've got all the rules and customs down, you'll be able to hold your own at any noble's estate. You shouldn't have any trouble keeping yourself employed. I'm sure you think I'm just a loud, obnoxious old man, but I believe we met for a reason, so I hope you'll stick with me. The earliest known intelligible recorded sound of a human voice was, "Ah, man! I was a year off." I was technically 2 years off. Oh well. Because I was like, maybe it would have been like, I don't know. I don't think about you like that at all, Master. You're a remarkable man. One more time? I deeply appreciate your generous consideration, Master, from the bottom of my heart. Aye. I didn't know much about Hayden's situation, why he had retired to this mansion all alone, away from the rest of his family. But anytime I asked about them, he would say, "It happens sometimes." I asked him about his family, and he was like, "It is what it is." With a melancholic frown. Before long, 2 years had passed. Do you think your diction practice includes Jugamu? Maybe. I don't know. Because this is definitely like in Europe, and we saw from the monster chapter, I think that was like door 2, that the people around here were kind of racist against like probably just the general Asian area, but like specifically for that chapter, the Japanese. Yours does at least. There were no rolled R's there. There were no R's rolled there. I used them all up earlier, I guess. Before long, 2 years had passed. By that point, my etiquette had improved enough to satisfy his high standards. At that time, the mansion underwent a number of decor changes, as Hayden brought in sculptors to work on different areas of the house. Right, I'm getting closer, but I'm also getting farther away. Oh yes. He also sealed off rooms that were not in use, such as the observation tower and the chapel. It was a sad thing seeing areas with so many memories for me falling into disuse, but as a mere servant, I had no say in the matter. In addition, Hayden seemed to greatly enjoy renovating the house, so I watched him warmly. The furniture was all gradually replaced, gorgeous paintings hung on the walls, colorfully painted curtains installed.
The rose garden!
And a beautiful rose garden planted. These roses come from all across the world. Nowhere else can you see so many different varieties in one place. It's beautiful. Did you know that in the city people are starting to call the mansion Rose Manor? Rose Manor? And to think there used to be nothing but weeds here. Amazing how much it has changed. I never thought I would see this garden turned into something so beautiful. Are you fond of roses, young lady? Yes. Red ones especially. Red roses mean a great deal to me. They remind me of a time long past. Given one as a gift, were you? No, I believe I was the one who gave the rose. So red roses are a symbol of my feelings. I mean, she's kind of half right, technically, because she grew the rose for him, but he also gifted it to her. They're very precious to me. I gave you a rose as a gift. You plucked it from its stem, and placed it in my hair. Am I remembering it correctly? My memories are so vague now. I can't even remember the look on your face that day. There are some kids I'd like to give roses to myself.
Who?
My grandchildren.
Oh my, you have grandchildren?
Aye. Though we haven't been in touch for some time. Last I saw them was 4 years ago. When my second grandchild was born. The sweetest girl in the world with lovely flaxen hair. It's going to be a real beauty when she grows up. Anyway, they're wonderful kids. Totally nothing suspicious going between those two. Nope. Not a single thing. I don't know how old the kids are at this point. They're probably like super young. Well, both of them have been born by this time. The girl might be like a little baby. The girl might still be in the goo goo gaga phase. And one day I want to hand this garden over to them. I want to hold this garden over them and be like, haha, look at how many roses I have. Each and every rose containing my hope that they'll lead comfortable, healthy lives, free from strife, and not attracted to each other.
I'm sure your wish will come to pass. Your grandchildren will have wonderful lives.
Aye. The grief of not having you around still weighed heavily on my mind, but I was slowly approaching contentedness. Life with Hayden was slow and uneventful, peaceful and relaxing. I imagined my heart was seeking anything to alleviate its pain, and it found that in the beautifully remodeled mansion, the garden blooming wildly with roses, and my time with Hayden. I was even beginning to think this life was enough for me, that I would be okay with this being the end, if it meant more of the tranquility I felt. I was, like a coward, considering giving up the fight. Please do forgive me for ever considering such a thing. I'm just worried because of the story that the boy told us. Because it's either Giselle is going to be in a similar situation as to what she was having to deal with in the past, or maybe the witch gets a body or something? I don't know. That could be a thing. That would absolutely explain heckin' Maria. Hayden seemed to be in high spirits that day. A gift had apparently arrived from his son, who lived far away. It was a tea set, some leaves, and a small jar of sugar. Miss!
How can I be of service, master?
Brew me up a pot of this, would you? Be careful not to steep it for too long. You want to get it just right for the best flavor.
As you wish, master. You seem quite pleased.
Psh, why would I be? A boy who's shunned his old man for years sends him a paltry gift on a whim. I'm just entertaining his fancy.
Your tea is ready, master.
Ah, what a wonderful smell. Tea and roses are life's best dang spices. Now, let's see what that boy chose for me. If it's no good, I'll be sure to write him an angry letter and was like, wow, your tea? Bottom tier. What the heck? Bring me better tea, nerd.
He looks so happy. He must really love his family.
It's a little bitter.
Shall I brew another pot?
No, it's not your fault. Must be something in the leaves.
Would you like to add some sugar then? There was a small jar of it with the tea set.
No, that's some bloody fine sugar he's procured. White as snow and sparkles in the light.
Chose it just for you, master.
Bloody hell. What demon possessed him? Alright, give me 2 spoons then.
Yes, master. Here you are.
I feel like I might have, read something incorrect. Sorry, I was a little distracted. I was looking at shipping stuff, but I don't know if it will show me tracking.
Yes, master, here you are.
Ah, splendid. This is some exquisite tea. The sugar balances the bitterness of the leaves perfectly. I guess that boy does have some...
Master?
Master! Master! The doctor! I need to find the doctor! Water! Water! I'll get you some water right away! Just pours the boiling water. So please hang in there. Thanks to the quick treatment provided by his personal physician, Hayden survived, but he didn't make it out with much more than his life. He was permanently bedridden by the affair. Evidently, the sugar I had put in the tea had contained poison, which had done irreparable damage to his nerves and muscles. Most of his body was completely immobile, except for his left arm. Interesting.
Can I bring you something? Some water?
I've had more than my fill of water. You don't need to wait on me hand and foot. That face says you'll need to distract yourself by working. Remember what I told you. A noble family's servants must always act with elegance and grace. Must always maintain your composure.
But how can you expect me to remain composed? If I had only examined the sugar more thoroughly.
You never would have noticed, young lady. I examined the sugar and didn't see a bloody thing wrong with it. It's damn crafty, that's for sure.
Why would he do this?
She's probably immune to poison in her body.
That's...
maybe. It's... Because the witch did give her, like, technically eternal life, but like technically death, I guess, the way that it was worded. I don't know how that's gonna work. But yeah, shipping with the
With a throne gift. Because it was ordered and I was seeing if it had a shipping thing yet. But I don't know if it will have shipping. Ah!
If anything, it'll be here in a few weeks, in theory. His inheritance, I presume. Something must have come up, and he needed money quickly.
That's no reason to poison your own father.
Blood is nothing but an obstacle to ambition. Or maybe he just hated me.
How could anyone possibly hate you?
Perhaps that could be said of the me you know. But when you live as long as I have, you're bound to make an enemy or two. Mine just happened to be my son. I was planning to give him everything, or give him anything. I was planning to give him everything anyway. He didn't have to do this. It would have been his.
Master.
Killing me doesn't accomplish anything. And I guess it doesn't matter. Say, could I ask you something, young lady?
What can I do for you?
I don't want it to get out that Hayden Rhodes was poisoned. So could you tell people that I passed away peacefully with a beautiful nurse tending to my every need?
You're not dead yet. Please don't talk like that. You're scaring me.
No stammering.
But...
I'm not saying it'll happen immediately. But I am an old man. And one day you'll wake up and I'll be gone. This is about my own pride, not my son. The last thing I want is to go out with a black spot on my name. Tell me you'll do this, Giselle.
He's never said my name before. As you wish.
Thank you. You're a peculiar girl, you know. Sometimes you seem greener than the leaves in summer. And sometimes you seem like you've seen 12 kinds of hell.
And every so often, you seem not of this world. Your skin is pale, your hands are as cold as ice. At one point, I thought you might be Death himself. But I was wrong about that. You have too big a heart to be Death. You care too much. You must be carrying a very heavy cross on your back.
What am I supposed to do?
I don't want to lose you, Lord Hayden.
Or I don't want to lose you, Lord Hayden.
Hello, Sussy. How are you doing?
I don't want to lose this life.
You have someone, don't you, young lady? Someone you're dying to meet again?
Yes, but I don't know anymore. I don't know how long I'm supposed to keep waiting. If something doesn't happen soon, I don't think I can hold myself together much longer. I was so close to breaking down, and it was you who kept me on my feet.
I'm sure you tried to remain strong plenty of times. So I'll give you some different advice. A trick for when you think you're losing hold of yourself.
Better now that I'm watching your stream. Yeah! Thankfully, we got past a lot of the trauma stuff, but we're not out of the darkness yet, I don't think. But we got past like a good chunk of trauma.
But I'm doing good. I'm doing good.
Build a cocoon.
A cocoon?
A sturdy shell to keep your weak inner self safe. This world has no interest in protecting you, only swallowing you whole. So you mustn't readily expose your true self. You build a cocoon, and you play the role you need to play. That way, the real you will remain unharmed. It's not pleasant to hide yourself like that, but it's better than letting the world crush you. But a word of warning, if you spend too long in the cocoon, the real you is liable to disappear forever. You'll be swallowed up by your own protective shell. I hope you find whoever it is before it's too late. Now, I think I'll get some sleep. All this talking's worn me out.
As you wish. Good night, Master. See you in the morning.
Aye. See you in the morning, young lady.
So it's possible that he's... Yep. I was gonna say he's probably gonna be dead the next day. The next day, Hayden was dead. Okay, so I guess the story got twisted over the years. He didn't actually die by doing anything with anyone. It's just a nice nurse was at his side and fulfilled his whims, turned into a Norse. A Norse. Come on, let me press the right button. He had strangled himself with his left hand. Oh, I should have been more attentive. I should have recognized how much pain he was in, how much it crushed him to have been betrayed by his own family. I should have realized how he truly felt, how fragile he really was. I fell into a hopeless gloom. I could hardly believe that the quiet life I had finally attained had been shattered in the blink of an eye. Hayden's other servants quickly went their own ways, and I vividly remembered the dirty looks they all gave me. Everyone who knew how he died assumed I had done it. I had no reason to kill him, though, but they had more than enough to believe so, for I had indeed been the last person to see him alive, and I held firmly to the story he had asked me to tell. While I was unable to convince the other servants, his family was far more accepting of the story that he had departed for the next world happily. Though that did not make the truth any less heartbreaking, especially since I was the one who knew it. I can read, I swear. I've been doing it for 5 hours, and no time before. Why does this always have to happen? I was happy, but I can never seem to keep hold of it for more than a flash. Despair always comes marching in to rip it away. What am I doing here? What kind of person were you, Michel? What kind of person was I? Oh, my dear, you look positively miserable. Why should you despair at the death of some strange old geezer? Morgana, was Hayden one of those whom you wish to be reconstructed? I have no interest in that wrinkled bag of bones. And if he was one of them, do you really think I would have let him go so peacefully? Peaceful? You call that peaceful? You call his misery peaceful? I most certainly do, and since you do not seem to understand this, the pain of death lasts but an instant. The worst torture can only be inflicted upon the living. Setting two loved ones against each other, manipulating one to taking the other's life, then forcing him to live with that. The stage hasn't been set yet, my dear. So you would have me play a part in that? Indeed. You agreed to accompany me. You are here to be my guide. And you're doing a wonderful job of it so far. I haven't done anything. Oh, but you killed that old man, did you not? Thanks to you, my wish is one step closer to fruition. What do you mean I killed Hayden? You mean to claim you didn't? Tell me, who was it that put the poisoned sugar in his tea? No, I didn't mean to. Your intentions are irrelevant. Everything moves along the path forged by my wish. And you shall continue to follow its will. You know what? I'm done feeling like this. I don't want anyone else to go through what Hayden did. And what are you going to do about it? I'm done listening to you. Without me, you have no influence over this world. Oh, so I'll die. I'll take my own life right here and now. I grabbed a nearby knife and held the tip against my breast. My hands were shaking, my heart pounding, my whole body was racked with terror, but I could have sworn I heard Morgana gasp. This was her one weakness, I thought. What are you thinking? Don't do this, Giselle. Don't be foolish. Put the knife down right now. I'm done trusting anything you say. Giselle, put the knife down. I've missed you so very much, Michel. I've wanted nothing more than to see you again. But if my being Morgana's guide is going to cause other people suffering, then I can't. It's all over, Morgana. Not the obese rat. Huh? There's no blood? Not even pain. Why? Absolutely brilliant! I told you not to be foolish, but you just wouldn't listen to me. Such a silly girl. I really am. Poor Giselle. I couldn't even die if I wanted to. Learning that absolutely crushed me. My backup plan, the one escape route that I thought available to me, had been ripped away. My soul crumbled and I felt myself sinking into a vast darkness. I began losing my grip on myself, which is when I recalled Hayden's advice. Build a cocoon. It was the only option I had left. My final chance at protecting myself. Although ultimately, I was unsuccessful in that endeavor, as you know. But by that point, my mind and spirit had all been but lost. Eroded away by the years of solitude, the witch's whispers, the brief glimmer of happiness, and the eternal, boundless darkness it had left me in. It was in that moment that all light drained from my eyes, and it was in that moment that the maid was born. I mean, sometimes you just gotta create a different persona.
Oh, dearest Mel, come over here. There are so many beautiful flowers.
Now, Nellie, there's no need to run. You're going to fall, and you can't say I didn't warn you.
Hello, I've never seen you before. Are you the new maid?
Good afternoon, Lady Nellie. That is correct. It is an honor to serve you.
Oh, did you do all this?
I did not. The garden was your grandfather, Lord Hayden's work.
Wow, is grandfather a wizard?
Perhaps he was. I'm sure he would be delighted to know you like it.
Did grandfather like flowers?
Yes, he loved them quite dearly.
Wow, I love flowers too! Yippee! I've never seen a garden with so many pretty flowers. Did you know this kind of flower is called a rose? Not like or just like our name.
Why, yes, they do sound alike. Rose and Nellie definitely sound really close to each other. Yes, yes. Persona, I am thou and thou art I. And like flowers, you are also a very sweet little girl.
Why? What's your favorite color of rose? Or say,
I like all colors.
but you don't like any the most? That's too bad. You know who I like the most? My brother. My favorite is pink. Pink roses are so pretty.
Indeed, they are. What was it that you said about your brother?
Anyway.
Oh, geez, there you are, Nellie. Oh, my apologies. Please don't mind my sister. Oh, not at all. We were having the most wonderful time. That's good. I imagine we'll all be seeing each other around, so it's a pleasure to...
Dearest Mel, let's see what the inside's like. Mother says I'll have my very own room.
Slow down, Nellie. I beg your pardon. The inseparable siblings ran off towards the mansion, hand in hand. It was a heartwarming sight, but the next moment, when they stepped inside, I saw something else. The darkness enveloping the mansion seemed to flare up, the open door a gaping maw into its hungry bowels. The whole house looked as though it was cackling. It was, I presume, the witch Morgana's madness taking form, a manifestation of how she felt now that her centuries in the making wish was bearing fruit. Those two children were the ones Morgana had been waiting for. Had I still had any willpower to fight left in me, I would have taken them by the hands and sent them somewhere far away. I would have done something before the house swallowed them up. But instead, I just gently lowered my eyes. Misfortune would surely sink its teeth into those two children before long. Pain and misery would befall them. I knew no good lay ahead of them, but my heart had all but frozen solid. I had my hands full taking care of myself, so I let Hayden's beloved children fall into the witch's hands. I was, for all intents and purposes, Morgana's marionette. At long last it has arrived. The time I had been waiting for so long has arrived. Darling, devoted Giselle. I don't know why I keep saying Giselle so often. You know what? Because of me making that mistake, I'm going to explode. Yippee! Yay! I am now armed. Darling, devoted Giselle, I know not how to describe for you the fiery excitement burning within me. Oh, I know, I can tell you my story. Tell you how exactly what that mild-mannered little boy once did. Or a story, not my story, I guess. Maybe? No, it is my story. You'll be open to listening now, won't you, my dear? And you'll surely understand that I'm doing nothing wrong. Because you're my ally, my trusty servant. You and I, we live in the same world. We are as close as family, are we not? Yes, as you say. So let us curse them, all of them. Let us inflict pain worse than physical torture on them. Let us put their souls on the rack for all eternity. Curse them. Make them suffer. Curse them. Now, listen carefully, Giselle. This is a tale of wicked men, my curse upon them. The witch spat her curses for some time, the bile overflowing from her words, the pure, unadulterated hatred brimming within, consumed me more than the horrifying things they described. She was brutally honest, each word a carefully sharpened blade of animosity. How much bitterness did you have to carry inside you to become like her? How long did you have to feel nothing but hatred to become like her? I felt like if I let my guard down, I would be consumed by her enmity. It would become mine, and I would grow to despise them myself. All the while, I kept my mind on one single thing. That is, what was left of my mind locked away inside a shell of my own creation. It was that solitary truth that allowed me to hold on to my human emotions, to continue believing. I'm always waiting. My love will never fade. When I was still my old self, I called them master, and I would do anything for them. Michel, that was their name. They were beautiful. They had pearly white hair and ruby eyes. They are going to come for me. Oh no, her memories. Oh no! Her memories! No! 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 Michel, all I can remember about you is your name, your glassy white skin, your fiery red eyes, and your snow-colored hair. Nothing else. Sorry, some tea went down the wrong pipe. And that's why when I saw her that night, dripping from the storm raging outside, I thought, you're finally here. And because I didn't remember enough to know any better. You already know who I speak of, don't you? The person who called upon Rose Manor that fated stormy night. The girl with almost translucently pale skin, chillingly white hair and eyes like jewels. Oh, beautiful girl. Her hair, her eyes, her porcelain skin. It all matches the person in my memories. She must be the one I've been waiting for. If she is. Is something the matter? No. Just thought I felt someone watching us. It's only your imagination, I'm sure. If not your imagination, then perhaps an unseen force was watching you. Unseen force? Are you familiar with how people refer to this mansion? Rose Manor. Yes, indeed. It is called Rose Manor because you can smell the sweet fragrance of the rose garden, even at a great distance. But that is not what I meant. It is said that a witch resides within the house. A witch? I have not heard any such stories. You probably wouldn't have. It was a very, very long time ago. Nothing you need to concern yourself with. You have a peculiar presence about you. Should I consider that a compliment? A peculiar presence, she says. Does she sense something in me as I do her? This has to be her then. Her name. I need to ask her name. It's getting late. You should get some rest. A room has already been set aside for you. But first, may I ask you one thing? Yes? I did not believe you have given me your name yet. My name is Michel. Ah, I knew it. You are the one. What? You are the one I've been waiting for. I've endured so much in anticipation for this moment. So that I could reunite with you. You came to this manor to see me again, did you not? Held tight to those wonderful memories until you could make it back to me? I never gave up hope. I always believed, and I hope you'll praise me for that. And I ask you to please say my name. To please make me... I don't know anything about you. I'm sorry. You seem to be confusing me for someone. We've never met before now. You jest. You are Michel, are you not? That is my name, yes, but it's a fairly common name. Surely you are confusing me with That cannot be. That white hair, white skin, those red eyes. There's... what? Sorry, there's like a bug floating in front of the window. But like they're floating... I think they got caught in a web or something, so they're floating upside down. That name, the name of the Archangel. Everything about you is the same. How could you say that you're not my Michel? Please, Michel, remember for me. Stay away from me. I'm sorry. I didn't mean to be rude. You would reject me. I'm so sorry. I honestly don't know you. Do you care nothing anymore for the time we spent together? We have not spent any time together. You would deny everything. I'm sorry. I see. I see. So you feel nothing for me anymore. You do not need to say anything. I understand. You are feeling a great deal of disgust towards me. No, or perhaps it is fear. Yes, you were always so kind. You would not easily allow yourself to succumb to hatred. I understand. Please, forget everything that I said. Who are you? I am but a simple maid. Nothing more. Giselle. Laughable, isn't it? I no longer recognized Michel as anything more than a concept. Man or woman, elderly or infant, as long as they had white hair, red eyes, and the right name, they were you. I needed anything I could get. I was so desperate the thought never even crossed my mind when she was not you. What do you think, seeing me like this, when I'm helpless and hopeless? Listen to this, Morgana. Michel is back. She's finally come from me, but she does not remember anything, it seems. Not me, not our past, nothing. She saw me and was afraid, in fact. Are you listening, Morgana? Oh, darling, devoted Michel. Or Giselle. You're not Michel. You poor, pitiful soul. That must have been quite harrowing. But don't worry. You still have me. Besides, this might be your only chance. As long as you continue on, Michel could appear before you again. Think she will remember me next time? I can't say. It's up to Michel. You do have another option, though. Forget Michel yourself and seek out a new master. Someone who can be yours. Someone dedicated and faithful who needs you. Someone worthy of this mansion. Someone who needs me? That's right. Michel didn't need you after all. It's all right, don't worry. You have plenty of time. You have an overabundance of time. This is the scene where it's like, hey, do you know my grandfather died by f***ing? You always gotta be proud of a man dying doing what he loves. And then her being like, hey,
You stinky, stay away from my brother. I'm the one who gets to smooch him.
and she's just like, what are you talking about? Oh, we're in the library. Look at us. I don't remember what happened in the library, but I was being awkward. And then everything was cool. And then my sister came in and was like, "How dare you!" I forget what happened here. I forgot they spoke again. Oh, did it already skip to the end? I think it already skipped to the end. Yeah. Went immediately to the end. Where it's just like, wow. Wow, you really messed up, didn't you? It's raining again today. I kind of wonder what happened to him after he fled from the mansion. Although, I suppose it doesn't really matter to me. The witch is surely watching him. Such a dreadful storm. It sounds like someone crying. I was at that point, completely out of my mind, broken. My smiles, frowns, and gasps had all been replaced with imitations. Shortly afterward, the flaxen-haired boy moved out of the house and went on to become a priest. The girl fell ill a few years later. Pardon me, my goodness. Her disease eventually taking her life. But the boy never once returned home. The Rhodes family crumbled. I couldn't bring myself to grieve for them, or to reflect on Hayden's sorrowful end. I simply waited for time to begin moving once more. And then now for the monster house. Yippee! Not that great in this scenario, not that great in Pokemon Dungeon, or Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, because you get absolutely destroyed if you're not careful. That if you're unlucky. Little remains to be said about my broken self, but as I started before we began, this is the Maid's Tale. So I would like to take this opportunity to elaborate on events I was unable to show you before. That is, if you can bear listening to such a dismal, miserable story. This music is intimidating immediately. I already told you of my meeting with the beast, so I will begin the second tale from there. After Bestia slaughtered the merchant who showed up at the mansion, his mad laughter echoing through the halls. Because he keeps switching between vowels. My goodness. My goodness. Yukimasa, calm down. Most immersive laughter. Right, because it's going ha 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 hee 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 hoo hoo ha ha hee ha ha hee ha. Ha ha ha. Hey! Did you hear that? Did you hear his screams? He said I was a monster. A mutilated body lay sprawled across the living room floor. As you can imagine, that was my first time ever seeing such a bloody, mangled corpse. I could not look directly at it, so I averted my eyes. Hey, you saw it! I just proved that beasts are stronger than humans. Indeed, you did. I know. I've got a great idea. If you asked if I wanted to become the master, and I said I did, which means you work for me, isn't that right? So you'll do whatever I tell you to do, won't you? What would you have me do? Chop up his arms and legs and make a stew out of them. And don't you hesitate, or you'll end up like him. Yes, master. He's trying to assert his total dominance over me. That's not proper behavior for the master, although I am the one who offered him the role. Do it. He's an utterly mad beast. But am I really all that different? There's blood all over my hands. It sounds like someone's laughing. Is it him? Or is it her? No matter what happens, It won't affect me. The cocoon is not the real me. I was looking down at what could only be described as a pile of human debris. I had done this, but that fact did not register with me. I felt nothing at all. Not regret, not anger, not sorrow or despair.
Put it on the fire. He said he traded in spices. That should give him a very unique flavor.
How am I supposed to work with this? I can't live, laugh, love in these conditions. I was quite simply puzzled. No one had ever made such a request of me in my hundreds of years at the mansion. That's all I was. Puzzled. But he interpreted it as hesitation or fear. So he grabbed me by the shoulder, knocked me to the floor, and skewered me with that curious blade of his. For the first few moments, he wore that deranged grin of his, but as the seconds passed, it slowly transformed into shock. Not a drop of blood spilled from my breast. In the instant he realized that, I saw revulsion in his eyes. Him, of all people!
This man's killed multiple people, but the second he finds someone he can't kill, he's just like, oh geez, I messed up.
A man who cackled as he slaughtered others was disgusted by a mere maid. It was absurd. So much so that I wanted to cry.
You.
Is that all, Master? Are you not going to dismember me? You could try stabbing my face, or my neck, or my stomach, or any other part of me. Maybe then I might die. Oh, now don't look at me like some exotic creature.
Stop that. Quit laughing!
Why should I? My only distinctive feature is my smile. I have nothing else. My hands are covered in blood, but I can still smile. It's ridiculous.
I get it now. You are the witch, aren't you? Ah, I see. Only monsters ever had a place here. Every so often I hear a woman's voice in my head. That's you, isn't it? You're the witch!
Monster, witch, maid. What am I? Who is Giselle? Michel said she was spirited, true to herself, that she often laughed and cried and shouted.
Oh gosh! Okay, it's sensitive for us.
But I don't know anyone like that. I'm just a maid, nothing more than a servant. The woman's voice he had said he had heard was probably the real witch's, but I had no interest in that. I almost would have preferred not having to think about anything at all. Giselle is still sane after all these years, right? Yippee! Nothing would cause me to waver if my head was empty. The world without joy or sorrow sounds quite wonderful, but nothing ever went the way as I planned, for the white-haired girl, whom I thought I would never see again, appeared before me once more. I was quite nearly in a panic. Beneath my perfectly practiced smile was a veritable storm of emotions. Faint hope flared within my shell. Perhaps this time, Michel would remember me. But that hope was, unsurprisingly, in vain. Is someone there? Yes, I came by to ask if there was anything you needed. I cannot offer you anything extravagant, not like before, but I am here to provide you with anything in my capacity. I appreciate the offer, but I need nothing. Being allowed to stay the night is more than enough. Do you work here in the mansion? Yes, indeed I do. I have been here for a very, very long time. A very long time? You might think this is an odd question, but have we met before? Something about you seems familiar. And I get the feeling I have been in this mansion before. Yes, we have met. It was quite some time ago, though. When was it? It was an unimaginably long time ago. Do you remember a boy and girl with flaxen hair? Flaxen hair. I apologize. My memory fails me. Do you not remember me either? I was afraid of this. She doesn't remember anything this time either. But I will not be so pushy this time. What if they were actually starting to remember some stuff? I could not bear to be so blatantly rejected again. I see. You should probably not push yourself to remember then. There were joyous times, and they were less than joyous times. But would you be so kind as to answer one question? What might your name be? My name is Michel. White hair, red eyes, and the name Michel. Why must you continue to bring me pain? Why can you not set me free, as you were supposed to? I see. So you are Michel again. Again? You should get some rest. I will make tea for you in the morning. Also, go on. Close your eyes. The white-haired girl lay so quietly in her bed I could not tell whether she was asleep or awake. Even the sound of her breathing was too faint to hear. Standing over her, looking down at her, the locked-away despair and wails of lamentation I thought myself no longer capable of, came bubbling back to the surface. Can you honestly blame me? I had been waiting for Michel for so long. She was the only thing holding me up. She was the only thing keeping my broken self from falling apart completely. Yet she claimed not to remember me. Did you pity her, having to go through tragedy after tragedy? But every time she showed up, she said she did not know me, bringing me more and more grief. I had been waiting for hundreds of years, waiting for her for so long, my mind slipping away with every passing day. Waiting and waiting and my apologies. I have to be careful or I'll slip back to what I was then. If you weren't here holding my hand now, Tell me, you are Michel, aren't you? That's a relief to hear. Yes, thank you. I'm all right. Do you think I'm as muddled as I feel? Let us return to the tale, then. You don't know what it feels like. You don't know how much it hurts for someone you waited so long for to say they don't know you. You have no idea how much it crushes me. Rather than feel like this anymore, maybe I should just end it all with my own hands. I reached my hands out towards her slender neck. I was not an especially strong woman, but I thought even I would be able to suffocate her with relative ease. She was blind at that, so she wouldn't have been able to run. However, that was one thing I could not bring myself to do. I can't do it. Could this have been Morgana's plan? Impossible, right? Just bringing Michel just enough back, but without memories. I ran and I ran and I ran. Though I knew I had nowhere to run, plunging myself into the mansion's darkness. I did not want to be there any longer. I did not want to have anything to do with her. But being an inhuman inhabitant in the house, I could not close my eyes or plug my ears to what happened within its walls, as much as I may have wanted to. It didn't matter where I was. I had no say in the matter. I was forced to observe the events until their tragic conclusion. Twisted, bloody madness. Their wretched wails creating a whirlwind of misery. When it was all over, Morgana cackled like a little girl.
Go on. You have a laugh too, my dear. There's nothing in the world better than this. He was a beast through and through, and what a fool he was to think he would become human. Ah, I love it. He destroyed everything he had with his own 2 hands, and then couldn't even manage to mourn for it. Quite the unfortunate fate, wouldn't you say? Go on, laugh with me. Laugh with me, my darling, devoted Giselle. Or Giselle. Why do I keep saying Giselle? Michel is dead too, though. You're worried about that tiny little detail. She'll show up again, for sure. So you don't need to worry about a thing. You don't need to feel bad about any of this carnage. Rest easy, my darling, devoted Giselle.
If you say so, then I shall not be concerned.
Yes, that's good. Laugh. Laugh, my dear.
Okay. We all know the tragedy of 1863. Okay. I apologize for making you listen to my dreadful stories for so long. You must be quite weary of them by now. But worry not, for this is the final one, and despite being the end, it is rather dramatic, or it is neither dramatic nor exciting. It was a single phrase, the most insignificant of things, that caused me to completely lose myself and forget I had, long ago, been the woman called Giselle. There was no malice in it. It was but a simple greeting. You remember how, the first time she arrived, Michel said I had a peculiar presence about me. She said something there, or she felt something there between us. The second time she said something about me seemed familiar. She did not remember why, but her soul recognized the bonds we shared. So I assumed that the next time she showed up, she would feel something even stronger, or perhaps even have her memories. Despite having been let down again and again, I still held on to the faintest glimmer of hope. But when she appeared, she was someone else's wife. Hey, head maid! Get out of here!
I am right here, or
Get over here? Yes.
I am right here, sir. Is something the matter?
I figured you should get to know her as soon as possible, since you'd be spending a lot of time looking after her. This section, I think this song is copyrighted actually. This got muted on the other stream. Oh no. Hey, get out of here! Christ, there's not a heckin' confident bone in your body, is there?
I'm sorry, I'll be right out.
The first thing she said when she saw me was, "It's a pleasure to meet you. It's a pleasure to meet you." What had I spent all that time waiting for? It was all for naught. It was all nothing or meaningless. In this era, she felt... Oh wait, no, it wasn't that track. It was the C'est moi, j'aime. Not one. In this era, she felt nothing at all for me. In retrospect, it makes enough sense. But for me at the time, that was the end. Morgana! Cast me into darkness. Make me a formless being like you. I don't want to be here another second. I don't want to look at her ever again. Morgana! Morgana! Please listen to me. I'm begging you. Now, what's the matter, my dear? It's not like you to throw a tantrum. I can't take it anymore. I can't do this. Michel again. Oh, you poor thing. Betrayed 3 times now. Morgana, you pitiful girl. Don't groan like you're having a bad dream, my dear. I am here for you. Please, Morgana, erase me from existence. If you go away, then I'll be all alone, and that would be absolutely dreadful. But Tell me, what torments you so, my dear? What? Michel, who I've been waiting on for so long, doesn't... Oh, you poor thing. You spent so long riding the currents of time that you've lost sight of yourself. What? You've convinced yourself that someone else's story is your own. Someone else's? Yes, indeed. It was such a beautifully tragic tale you fell in love with. It resonated so deeply with you that you felt their pain as if it was your own. What are you talking about? I wanted to tell you, my dear, but you were so convinced it actually happened to you that I couldn't bring myself to take it away. Then, what about Michel? She's not the one you're waiting for, and you are not hers either. Then, what about Giselle? That is not your name. And who am I? Who are you? Ah, that's a very silly question. You are this mansion's cursed witch. I'm the witch? That you are. You are both the maid and the witch. But how? Do you truly believe that someone who has eternal life, who doesn't bleed when they are cut, and who can smile no matter what happens to her isn't a witch? How much of this Giselle's memories do you actually possess, my dear? How clearly can you remember her life? You can't, can you? You don't know what kind of story Giselle and Michel wove, and you wouldn't, because you were merely an onlooker, much like you are now for this present tale. And by contrast, how much of the witch's story do you know? You should know it very well. Yes, that's because you know. My telling it to you is not the reason. The details are rooted deep within your memory. And that's right. You are the cursed witch Morgana. But I am you. You split into two because you refused to accept who you were. Think about it. You ever read Umineko? You're like Shannon in this situation. Or perhaps maybe I'm Shannon and you're Barbeto. Have I ever shown myself to you? Have I ever shown myself to anyone? That's why I am the witch. That you are. Shannon's rats her out. Oh yeah, she has the biggest of rats. Actually, I remember someone coming in and saying that they were canonically like she had like a padded thing going on canonically. But like I don't think that was ever brought up in the visual novel. So I'm not sure. But that would explain, well, I don't know. Because I was gonna say it would explain canon, but I don't know. She could have binded. I see. It all makes sense now. Everything has fallen into place. There's one thing I still don't understand, though. This story I was so enamored with, Giselle's and Michel's story. What kind of story was it? I would be glad to tell you. You look like you're ready to know the truth. I believed every word she said. All my memories melted away like they were nothing. The sight of the white-haired girl no longer kicked up waves in my heart. In fact, I found myself wishing for her to find happiness. I was an observer, watching and hoping for the best. The tragedy that befell her did sadden me. But I felt bad for her like I would a character in a story. Shannon's rats are obese with deception. That's from an interview with Ryokishi. It was shown in the manga, but not the visual novel. Oh, okay. If it came from Ryokishi, then okay, that's canon then. And also it being in the manga. Actually, I would assume he would have overlooked the manga. I brought you your medicine, Master. Thank you. Just set it down over there. Yes? What are you staring at? My apologies. I was simply musing about how much time has passed. I can hardly believe it has been 40 years since you were a bright young businessman.
And you haven't aged a day.
Why, thank you. I am a witch after all.
Well, don't much care for what you are. You could be a Grim Reaper for all I care. You still work harder than anyone else.
May I ask you a question, Master?
What is it?
Why have you not returned to your homeland? I thought that was a place quite dear to you.
I can't wait for her. Back there.
Do you still believe she will return? To a degree, I understand how difficult it can be to wait. Though for me, waiting now brings more joy than pain. With your lifespan, Master, it will be pain that wins out. Perhaps you should consider letting go.
Tell me, was her name really Michel?
Why, yes, it certainly was. But why would you ask such a thing? Have you forgotten your own wife's name? You have waited so long that it would seem, like me, some part of you has begun to break down. You poor, poor man.
You know, you look a lot more pitiful than me.
Oh my!
Yeah, Giselle would know a lot about waiting and having the person not show up.
Oh, there you are! What has you in such a flurry, my dear? You are a noble servant. You must maintain your composure at all times. But the master! What about him? He was found deceased in his chambers. The doctor just came out. He said it was his ailment, and it would seem the master knew his time was short, for he left a will, asking not to be given a funeral. I see. I feel kind of bad for him, though. Not only did he not have anyone at his side in his final moments, he didn't want to be sent off at all. Isn't that sad? It is for the best. There's not a single soul in this world left who could send him off. With your era drawn to an end, this mansion will soon return to existing nowhere in this world. I wonder what the next one will look like. I wonder if misfortune will befall her once more. That would be quite regrettable. Perhaps if I could convince her of her tragic fate, she would be willing to disappear from this realm with me. And if she wishes to fight that fate, perhaps she will become my new master. Calling her master seems inappropriate, but I cannot think of a word that better fits her. I eagerly await the next era. Please do not keep me waiting for long, Master.
Okay. We'll get to the next transitional state. It should be fine.
Time pressed onward, and then at long last you arrived. Oh, splendid! You have finally awoken. I have simply been waiting so long for this moment, tending to the mansion all by my lonesome, ensuring it was ready for your return, Master, whenever that time may be. When I caught sight of you through the window, my heart fluttered. The time had finally arrived. Oh my! You do not know who I am. Do you not know who you are either? That is quite the predicament. Then how about this? I am a servant of this mansion, and as such I am familiar with the many incidents that have taken place here. I shall show you the history of this house, Master. Let us be off, then. And fear not, I merely entreat you not to let go of my hand. Should you hold it tightly, you need not worry about being washed away by the waves of history. No matter what happens, you mustn't let go of my hand. No matter what happens, no matter what you see, never again let go of this hand. That is everything. I prepared a number of things to say when she finished with her tale, but I can't manage to put any of them into words. I almost hate myself for thinking it would be so easy, for letting myself hope I could simply pull her back to her old self, accept whatever had happened to her, Take her hand in mine and that would solve everything. The truth is so much worse than I imagined. So much more harrowing. She was subjected not only to her terrible fate, but every single one of this house's tragedies. The tales she told me are things she witnessed with her own eyes. How could I possibly blame her for forgetting me, for forgetting herself, after so many hundreds of years? No, I shouldn't. I should be... Why? Why didn't you come for me? Why couldn't I have returned before she was so far gone? Why? Why did you show up now? Giselle. As you opened the door to my memories, I now remember everything. But I didn't want to remember. I didn't want to be reminded of all those empty years. Of the people who passed on, leaving me behind. Of you, who refused to show up no matter how much I begged. I'm not the Giselle you knew anymore. I may have my memories, but I cannot go back to that time. My hands are stained with blood, my soul worn thin. The girl who would laugh at the simplest things, who would tell silly jokes and wasn't afraid to speak her mind, doesn't exist anymore. That Giselle is dead. How can I say I'm the same girl? How can you how can you say you feel the same way I did? How can you be sure that even now I still love you? Can you deny the possibility that I no longer yearn for you? The white-haired girl? Can you deny the possibility that my love for you has transformed into hate? She brings her hand up towards my throat, and I make no attempt to move out of the way. When her fingers brush against my skin, they feel as frigid as death itself, far colder than anything I have felt from her thus far. If she were to wrap her hands around my neck, she wouldn't even have to squeeze me to stop me from breathing. This is the fork in our road. One word will decide everything. I don't have much time. I have to say something before the cold robs me of my voice. Oh, well, what? I wanted to deny it. I was not fast enough. No! She may have forgotten me, but what she felt still remains as evidenced by her attraction to the white-haired girl, who had many physical similarities to me. Her feelings are still there. I sincerely believe that, but her arctic gaze caused me to waver for the briefest moment. Perhaps I only wanted to deny it for my own selfish reasons. It was only a few short seconds, but those seconds decided it all. Farewell, Michel. She slides her slender fingers down my neck, then gently shoves me back. Giselle! Right, bad end for the end of the stream. I'm falling, sinking into my own darkness. I reach my hand out, but I cannot grasp anything. Her hand, the hand I held for all this time, is so far away. I try to shout, but nothing comes out. I can neither answer her original question, nor say her name. Down and down, into the infinite void. Darkness consumes everything. My voice, my hands, my very being, and her gaze. My consciousness slips away. Why? Why did I hesitate? Because I didn't think it was timed. I wish I could have at least told you that I still loved you, even if you did not love me. Are you sure you really wanted to let him go? Yes, I am sure. I see. I don't think I'll ever understand. If you hate someone, you should chain them down and torture them for all eternity. It was the perfect opportunity to trap his soul. I do not hate him. Oh, is that so, my dear? After everything you said, I simply assumed. I could never come to hate him. I could never want to see him dead or tortured. Oh, then why did you say what you did? I don't think you would understand. Probably not. I am not particularly interested in understanding either. It doesn't matter what happens in the interim. In the end, nothing's changed, has it, my dear? You are still my darling, devoted maid. With enough time, you will once more forget your name. What a wonderful world this is. A moment of hesitation. I'm sorry, you shouldn't have timed me. I'm not too mad at it, though. I'm not too mad at it. That actually makes for like a really good transitional scene of we're gonna come back to this tomorrow. My goodness. Right, congratulations, we died! Yippee! So let's go on over here. And if this game has been doing what it has, what does it say? If I close unsaved progress will be lost. Okay, I'm gonna wait for it to get to the title screen, I guess, and then close it properly. In the meantime, let me see who is streaming today. We will go... It's been a while since we've rated Paige, right? I think it's been a while. I'm gonna wait for it to... it should actually... Yeah, it should be done with the ads pretty soon here. Obese rat raid. You know what? Sure. I don't have any, like... sus... You know what? We'll go with huh. We'll go with huh. We haven't used huh. Obese rat raid. Oh, not rye raid. Rat raid. How did I even type rye? Okay, there is the timer, and there is the raid message. Thank you, everybody, for joining me today. I would have gone for a little bit longer, but my computer, for some reason, is like heating up my body too much. It is causing me to overheat, so I need a moment. I need to like invest in a little like under the desk fan. Hit a natural endpoint anyway. Yeah, true. If we did react in time, I probably would have been like, I don't know what a good moment to stop was, but when it did that, and it's just like, oh, yeah, this is actually gonna kill me, so that's fine. That's totally fine. If it kept continuing, I would have been like, how? Hello? You're punishing me with more content? No, I'm dying. But we will continue this tomorrow. We should get like a good chunk of it. I don't know how much the rest of the chapters are. But hopefully we have enough to at least play a little bit on Thursday. I feel like Wednesday is gonna like take up a majority of what we have, but we shall see. We shall see. But everybody have a good day. I hope you have a good day and you're not overheating from it becoming spring and it's super hot. But bye.